questions, mouths shut tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight under flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight under flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. karaoke bar. True Crime Cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True Crime Cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True Crime Cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True Crime Cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking. Coffee's cold, blood runs hot. Corner table, a ticking clock. Whispers rise, stories rot. No escapist, curse a spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Every damn day. Fingers tapping, blackened keys. Sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers, cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's the liar? Who's the prey? Who's the hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome back to the cafe. It is great to see you guys again today. You know why we're here back in Idaho. It is the sentencing hearing of Bryan Kohberger today. What's going to happen? No idea. Mama Bears is going to be joining me today. Please make sure you click that link to pin at the top of the chat when she does pop up in here. And go on over and hit that subscribe button, notification bell, and hit the like button as well. And share it out, guys, please, if you will. This is going to be one hell of an interesting day, I'll say that. Let's do this. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mama Bear. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Tired.
I bet.
I almost overslept today.
Yeah, that's what we were afraid of.
It was a late one last night, and then I go in there and got stuck watching that Untamed show that I watch now, and looked up at the clock and it was 3:35, and I said, yeah, I should go to sleep. So
Yeah.
anyway, we're here. We're good.
Yep.
Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your snacks and drinks because we're probably gonna be here for a while. Oh,
Uh-oh.
is that yeah, that is the wrong one. Here, let me fix it. I don't know how that does that. 1 minute. Drop the link one more time in the chat, SRB. I'll fix or well wait, let me go see if I can find it. Maybe. There it is. I got it. All right, we pinned it. Thank you for noticing that. It still works either way though, right? Yeah, we're good. It's wonky.
I'm
Okay.
wonky, so it fits.
We're all a little wonky in here.
Right.
All right, so let's go with that one instead then. I see what you did there. Gotcha. Okay, we should be good now. Thank you, SRB. So who do we have here joining us today? Looks like Death Valley Tigers in the house. Low Cow Weather's in the house. Good to see you, Tomboy Charm, SRBB, Miss Krista Marie, and the Reality. Good to have you here, dear. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you. West Side Crime Show. Welcome back to you. Mark Schumann. Good to see you, brother. Michael Green. Good to have you back in the house. Kiki Can. Good to see you today. Mark. Let's see. Amanda Smith, welcome back. Beach Babes in the house today. Meg P, always happy to have you here. The Done One, welcome back to you. Miss Rowena, good to see you today, dear. Tomboy. Did you bring the bird, Tomboy? Did you do it? Let's see. Jesse Shule, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Missed you too. Great to have you here. Sarah D. Irish, great to see you. Great to have you around today. Alicia J. Hey. Allison White's in the house. Welcome to all the meatballs. By the way, thank you for jumping in the sauce with us today because we're definitely going to be spilling the sauce today. Let's see here. I need new glasses, y'all. Big time. And I lost two pair of my other ones. Surprise. I know you're not surprised about that, are you?
No. Why do you think I'm sitting here shaking my head?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Noni McPoppins. Good morning, dear. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And of course, guys. I told you I'm not awake yet. I've only had one cup of coffee. Figure that out. Mama Bear's link is pinned at the top of the chat. Please make sure you click that link. Hop on over real quick. Hit the like button, subscribe, and notification bell. Don't forget to do that, please, and thank you. You can hang out over there or over here. We're in here together, so it doesn't really matter. Paco Jewel, good to see you today. I think I got everybody so far. We got 40 peeps in the house with 36 likes. We're catching it up. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Alicia. Sunshine Girl, good to see you. Bearcat Blay 83, welcome. Love seeing the new names in here.
Jesse.
I have had 10 glasses of, oh yeah. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Well, it's also 10:30, 11, midnight over there, something like that. So I hope you can hang on, buddy.
Right.
At least to get through the main part of this. Well, thank you, Sunshine and Paisan. Good to know. Good to know. Lily Rose, good to see you. Thank you, Michael Green. Appreciate that. I would love to see all of you guys do that too. This is my look at that. Look at that. This is my co-host. She's always been here, Kent. She's just been really busy for the past 10 years. She's a busy lady.
Yeah. Been gone for a little bit.
It's okay. Hemisphere, good to see you. Good to have you here.
Mark, so far, so good.
Yeah, Mama Bear is a busy lady. That's okay. We take her when we can get her. There's quite a few newer names in here too that probably aren't familiar. So
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Kent's been here for a little while. Philip Hughes, good morning, sir. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think Alicia wasn't playing around. She got on her computer today. Main thing is, I think that should come with plea deal is full. Oh, of course. I don't expect it. That's all I'm saying, guys. I don't expect it. I don't expect, I said this last night before I left, I do not expect to hear a word from Bryan. I just don't. Shoot, where'd it go? Hold on. Where'd you go, SRB? Over here. Hang on. There she is. Okay. Yeah, I do not expect to hear a word. But I could be wrong. Low key. Member for 17 months. That's awesome. Oh, you changed your name. She changed it. I can tell by her face who she is, but yeah. Gotcha. I see you. You're okay, SRB. I was looking for you in the back. Proceedings in state can be watched here on YouTube. Okay. Fourth district.
Thank you, Noni. You're a sweetheart.
Oh, I agree with you, Ken. It definitely should be. Oh, yeah. I knew who it was, Kels. It's okay. I knew who you was. 17 months. That's awesome. Happy Dagoversary to you. Appreciate you being here so very much. In the Discord, SRB in the back. Yeah, I went in the back room to see if you were back there. Leave me alone. I've had one cup of coffee, okay? My brain doesn't function that way. You know better. Okay, let's see. Yes, don't forget the pinned link in the top of the chat to hop on over and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Notification bell for Mama Bear's channel, please. And thank you. I appreciate you very much. This is just going to be hearing statements, and then he'll be sends to people who are expecting something. Yeah, I believe so too. It's I don't think it's going to be anything, guys. Anything that happens in this with this is going to, if anything at all, is going to come after the fact.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. Fizzy Key, good to see you, Fizzy. We miss you too. It's great to see you here today.
Mm-hmm.
Not expecting to hear BK say anything unless the judge. Right. That's exactly how I feel too, Noni. Yeah. That's why I put it up there, because it sure as hell is like that, isn't it, Bearcat? This whole case is like the damn Matrix.
Seriously.
That's the whole point. Making sure I got everybody so far. 17 months. That's crazy. That's what I appreciate about this community is everybody comes in here and they're most everybody's here for a long period of time. Gotta tell you guys, my son went to boot camp to be a Marine. That's awesome. Congratulations, Mom. That's something to be proud of. 5 weeks. That's hardcore. Paris Island is no joke. Absolutely amazing. I'm sure you're proud. Carolyn Prestage, good to see you today. Did you see what Brandy said to you?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay. Can victims make? Well, the victims' families can. They're going to, Mark. Obviously, the victims can't themselves, but they definitely will be. Families will be doing it for sure. Well, I think it's because there's multiple family members. They don't know how long it's going to take to make their statements, and he's got to do all the paperwork and all that processing stuff and all the protocol, the stuff that goes with it. I am too, Brandy. 5 years is a long time, very long time. I'm not surprised that you did because that's how you are, and we appreciate you. I do. Yeah, they need to, but they're going to. They have the ability and the right to address the defendant. That's what it's all about. It's going to get ugly in some senses, I would imagine, and it's going to be. I'm going to warn you guys right now. For nobody that's ever seen this before, okay? I'm going to warn you. This is going to get a little ugly. It's going to be very emotional in some aspects, probably. So if you are sensitive to people's emotions and their feelings, you might want to. You can step out if you need to for a while, step back in. Whatever you need to do, just understand it could cause you to get emotional. Definitely going to be a very emotional thing. Hey, Christina, good morning. No, many are thrilled as far as him saying he's guilty, but most of those people bought into the narrative hook, line, and sinker. I refuse to consider it. Yes, exactly, Noni. That's what most of us in here have been citing is that you bought into what they were selling. Most of us didn't because we saw all the other stuff going on the outside and around it. Yes, once again, hey, Vigilante, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. Wow, what a loss. What a loss. That kind of ruined my day yesterday when I saw that happen. Put me in a poo-poo mood. Welcome, Vigilante. I watched victim impact statements in Nicholas Cruz part. Oh, yeah. I saw some of that too, Kat. That was horrible. I mean, think about it. You got to imagine this from a parent's point of view. That's not anything any one of us would ever want to have to do. Never. Thank you, Brandy. It was definitely heart-wrenching. So many law enforcement. Oh, it's going to be... Security is going to be very, very tight today, and a lot of it. There's a lot of people there. Twiz is there. Twiz spent the night there, standing outside in line, so he can get in the door. So he'll be there. I think somebody said, didn't SRB, didn't you say you saw he was pretty close up to the front of the line? Speaking of which, let me see if I got something here. 1 minute, guys. We have some time. This is the scene outside the courthouse right now, of course, as we all expected, I'm sure. Good to see you, Hemisphere. This is going to be a packed. I would imagine they're only going to allow so many people in the courtroom, so it's probably going to be loaded. And I'm sure that this is probably, if we all remember the O.J. Simpson case, this has got to be bigger, in my opinion.
I would think so.
Yeah. That's what everybody's question was, Brandy, that nobody could really understand was why Brian would do it if he did it. Yep. Yeah, if you guys are into TikTok, go check out our TikTok channel. There's the link right there. Miss Brandy runs that for us. Welcome, Cheetah. Good to see you. Thank you. I try. I try. I'm grateful for that too, Noni. Grateful to have you here. Johnny Falconer, welcome. Yeah, Papa Rogers is in the chat today. Idaho is a great place to live and retire. Plus, I'm a prison 10. That's okay. Good to see you. Everything's great. Great to have you here. Yes, they slept there not last night in line so that they could be at the head of the line to be able to get in the door. Because I think the deal is they're only going to allow so many people to come through the door, and then they're going to cut it off. Excuse me. I hope you're doing well too, Johnny. Come on in, guys. Hit the like button, share it out, grab a seat, get comfortable. I don't know if this is truly going to be an all day thing, but we're prepared if it is. I am prepared to be here till it's over. So and I am going to say, just because I have to say, everybody in here is always welcome in here. My door is always open. It's never closed. But everybody in here, as we all know, because all of you usually do, every now and then we get a person that pops in and out, but we'll respect each other's feelings. There's no need to sling ignorant comments or anything at anybody or make ignorant comments in general. We can all coincide in here together comfortably. So just be respectful of each other. That's all we ever ask. And please respect the moderators. What they say is what it is. What they do is what it is. I don't question them. So yes, Jesse, we do. You're good to go, sir. You're good to go. No need to act a fool. We are all adults. That's right. Like I said, if one of them does something, there's a reason for it. We don't question that. So please respect them as well. All right, let me see here.
No wonder she texted us because she was.
Well, that'd have been a hell of a trip for Jesse to go there. He's all the way over in Thailand.
Yeah, small walk.
There's our Molly. Good golly. Good morning, dear.
Hi, Molly.
Yeah, that is. Agreed. Agreed. Oh, you'll be fine, Tita. No worries there. Good morning and welcome, Samira. Good to see you today. Thanks for joining us. Please make sure, guys, as you come through the door, to hit the like button and share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. I wonder what time the news crews set up. I wonder if they were there all night too.
Probably.
They probably had at least a cameraman there overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, dude. Kind of close. Yeah, see, they got security with. He's got a dog with him. They're probably checking people for weapons and all sorts of other things too as they're going through the door on this one. The security's not a joke for this, and there's reasons why. That's what I just thought too, Molly. I seen his brain up his nose. Oh, you're good, Tita. Yes, Mark. He claimed that he was going to. We know for a fact Olivia's going to. Christy could as well, and Steve claims now that they're going to. The whole family's going to. That Steve Jr., Olivia, and I always mess up her name. I call her Aubrey, and that's not her name. Kaylee's younger sister. It starts with an A.
The only one I remember is Olivia.
Yeah, there's another one. We don't need to see up your nose again, bro. Move along. Good morning. The cat lady's in the house. Never, no doubt. Glad you're here with us. Autumn. Thank you, done one. Yes, Autumn. Autumn, Olivia. It's already been told that those two are going to for sure. Steve claims now that he will. I would imagine Christy may say something too. It's gonna get. It's probably gonna get heated to some aspect from the parents. I don't believe that Olivia's will. I don't believe that he will. Again, the security is very tight inside and outside, as you can see. We got this guy over here who's got a dog. This guy over here, and that's probably a sniffer dog to sniff for certain things that shouldn't be going inside. Miss Josie, good morning, Miss Josie. I know that's wrong. 22 months. That's way off. There's no way. Come on, Mama Bear. You hit what? 30 months?
33, I think.
33. So Molly's close to that too. But congratulations, Miss Molly. Happy day anniversary.
Yeah, she's the same as me. We came over together.
Yeah, you and her and Kim and Wisdom and Mikey and quite a few other people popped in here at the same time. Tomboy. And you're still here. It's amazing. I love it. I appreciate you guys so much. Can I make it bigger?
Hello, Canadian cat lady.
Is that better? Probably
What?
hard to see the things I was talking about. Yeah, there you go. Welcome, Good Trouble. Good to see you today. I'll be right back, Bear. I gotta go grab some more coffee. Okay.
All right, thanks for the warning.
Good morning, Cassie.
Good morning, Cassie. Hiya, Moonlit. Awesome, Beach Babe. 3 months. I haven't been gone that long. Jeez. Feels like it. Well, Molly, because you're queen, aren't you? You're number 2. Like, I forgot what they called it. Oh, what did they call it? I forget. Oh, you're the number 2 top fan. There we go. That's what it is. I cannot. That would be my husband. Definitely my husband. I'm not musical whatsoever.
Can Mama Bear play guitar?
No.
Mr. Mama Bear can.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Very
he
well. Yeah, Mr. Bear is a good, he can make guitars,
can.
creates guitars. He's awesome. Hey, Stitches. Woke up. Good to see you. See the families all popping in here that we see on a regular. Been here for a long time. Appreciate that. We have 64 peeps. All right, guys. I want to check something here real quick. Bear with me. $10.57. One minute. Load. Load. Load, load, load. Things never start on time, but
No.
just want to make sure.
Hello, Randy.
Randy Fur,
Mm-hmm.
welcome, sir.
Good trouble. I don't think BK will talk. I think Steve G will talk a lot.
Yeah. An understatement. Mm. It would be nice if that was taken to heart and that Hitler made Bryan make a statement, but I don't think he can. Miss Diana, welcome. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Exactly, Molly. Exactly. It was horrible, wasn't it? I was looking for you yesterday. Oh, welcome, Ricky Tran. Good to see you. Box Rooter, welcome. Good to have you here. I don't expect anything. I truly don't. I just don't. I don't expect there to be anything of surprise or out of the ordinary of what as other than what's supposed to happen. Ricky Jesse. I like that instead of Ricky Bobby. So you got to do a late shift tonight? Is that what it is?
Yeah, 4 to 9.
That sucks.
It does, but it's not as bad as.
Well, at least you have your morning and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that's better than, the 11
Yeah.
to 7:30 where everything's.
Takes the whole day up. Yeah, that's you don't. There's nothing you can do in the morning, and you can't do nothing at night. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, Kim Young, welcome. Good to see you.
That's true, Angel.
Angel with an A. Welcome. Good to see you. Very true too. Moonlit baby's in the house. Yeah, well, that he did that whole concert for that reason. He said he wanted to be able to say goodbye to his fans, and like he knew. And I said, God, it's just it was a sad day yesterday. We watched a really good documentary in here in the Discord, um, called "The Nine Lives of Ozzy," and it was really well done, put together, and they hit on everything. So it kind of ruined my day yesterday. I'll just say that much. He was a really big influence as to why I got into music. My son as well, and just always been a big fan of his. He did. You could see I was just with me and SRB were talking about that too, Molly, on stage during that concert in the chair. He kept trying to push, like he wanted to get up and run around like he always did. It's so surreal, like to know that he's not going to be doing that anymore. It's very sad. These things are like hard on a lot of us because these are what we were raised with. These things we see our whole lives and then they're just gone. So yeah, it was very sad, but I think he got what he wanted out of all this. He got to go back to home, go home, gave his last concert, and he passed away in his home country and in his home. So yeah, yeah. But it was an amazing concert to put him back with the rest of the Black Sabbath and all that. They did amazing. And all the other groups that showed up in honor of him, it was amazing too. He is. He really is. Like I said, my first album ever given to me, it was a record album when I was 10 years old, was, believe it or not, the Master of Reality album was my father's. Exactly. Iron Man was one of the first songs I ever learned how to play too. I think most people, that and Smoke on the Water. Amen to that one, Angel. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He will definitely be missed. We lost two really talented people within 2 days. Malcolm Jamal Warner died the day before, accidentally drowned in the ocean on vacation with his family. For those of you that don't know, that's Theo from The Cosby Show. Ugh. Did you sleep good last night, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Be seated. Thank you. Need 5 minutes?
Hey, what'd you do there, Judge? Yes, he has to wear
Yeah.
inmate clothing now since he pled guilty. He can no longer wear his civilian clothing. Prosecution needed 5 minutes. They could have left the damn camera on.
Right? Good
Who
Lord.
cares? It is going to be hard, guys. Like I said, I threw up a trigger warning in the very beginning. It's going to be rough on some people. So just breathe, relax. We're all here together. It'll be all right. If you got to step out, do what you got to do. We'll still be here. Private meeting. Is Dylan in here? Didn't even see him pop in here. Dylan Mort, are you in here, sir? Yeah, there he is. Hey, buddy. Still going, bud. Yes. Thank you for joining us today, brother. Yeah, don't get yourselves all worked up, guys. It's not worth it to you. Okay. Hey, Gaia. Good to see you today. Of course, the prosecution needs 5 minutes. Yes, that was one of the best songs out. That's one of the ones I learned how to play on guitar too. The intro to it took me probably 2 years to figure out. Stuart, welcome. Yes, you made it in time. Just in time.
Thank you. All right, this is CR 012431665, State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger.
Mute, Jacob.
In custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache. So I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed. But one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. And she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen, and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. And I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken. but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional. entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and Abe was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and the sentence. As for a sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
Welcome, Brian.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who've treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big extended cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son, Ben, his two sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only two blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now is Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times, she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to just do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she served every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Ian and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if you want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they, on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends, and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too. And my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically. And anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments. And I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm just glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. Except I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And you know, a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials, forgotten to the more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen that will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. And God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Stephen's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love. and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, But the truth is, you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
That's exactly what my thought was too, Meanie.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee J. Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will. have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch, just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you.
Wow, really?
Right?
That was a bit much. That last
Do we
part.
have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
And Cassie's right, guys. I mean, these guys are, there's a lot of pain, but certain things you shouldn't say in
The
court.
attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future. who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right,
Welcome, Wade.
Are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess, all right?
Oof.
I think that's a good idea. Whew.
Yeah, there's some heated. I knew that was going to be heated. And again, I'm sorry, a couple people I removed. If you're out there listening, I get how everybody feels about this. I feel the same way in regards to Bryan. Okay. And not Bryan, but the situation with Bryan, I should say. And this is something that we still have to remember. The main reason for this whole thing is Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan are gone. They were murdered, period. They're the victims here, and their families are as well. There's gonna be some anger, a lot, and pain that they're releasing. Now, certain things I don't believe should be said. Okay, that's just me. But this is how they're getting their relief from the pain that they feel, in my opinion. Okay, so understand, guys, it's gonna be said. Okay, and I mean, imagine, and I don't want anybody to ever have to feel this, or imagine someone that you love and care about going through this and how you would feel at that point. It would be hard. Jesus, I'm telling you guys, if I was standing up there, if I believed, if the investigators, the state, and everybody made me believe that person did it, y'all have no idea what I'd be saying. They probably would have to handcuff me. I'll just be honest with you.
Yeah.
Truly. Okay. But this is nothing compared to some of the stuff I've seen. I mean, there's no reason. How can I say this? What I'm trying to say, I mean, it's part of it. This is part of life, guys. It is, these things happen. We all feel a certain type of way because we don't believe, most of us, that Bryan did this. Okay. And we're still upset about the fact that the state has been allowed to do what they've done. That's what we're all angry about, truly. Okay. But at the same time, I do believe that we all have enough in our hearts to feel for these families. We knew that the Gonzalez family was going to come out and they were going to be the the ones that are going to make the statements that are going to be deep. I thought that was nothing compared to what I expected, to be honest with you. So, you know, we just take it with stride. My heart's broken for Ben Mogan. Truly, it always has been. From the first interview they ever did with him, you could tell the love that he had for his daughter. At some point I noticed I had to put my glasses on. That was rough. And his mother speaking, and Maddie's mother, and her stepfather, that was hard. That was very hard. That is what this is about, guys. And this is hard. It's a very hard thing. I agree. I definitely wouldn't want to sit where Jennings is sitting either.
No.
Not at all. They're also angry with him because they believe he did this. Period. They want a reaction out of him. Olivia was trying to provoke him to say something, I believe. She used the Reddit survey back against him. Things like that. She's trying to provoke him to say something. And it is what it is. No, you're not blocked, Teresa. You're not blocked forever. You're here. You're not blocked. It's just, and I understand why you said what you said, but we have to respect these families, folks. Regardless of what's going on, we may not like things that they've said, the things that they've done, but we have to respect their position in this at this point. Okay, and I do. I don't agree with the way that the Gonzalez family has approached this in every aspect. I agree with some of it, but not anywhere near all of it. Okay. But again, we have to put ourselves in their shoes and respect what they're going through. That's all I'm saying. So certain comments would be removed regardless. Okay. You're not blocked, Teresa. You've been here for a long time. You're okay. Just the comments, that comment definitely couldn't go fly over here. That's all. You're fine. It is. I understand. It is very surreal. It's a very weird feeling to sit and watch this happen and try to imagine. You know what I mean? What they're going through. It's sad. It's very sad. Hold on one second, guys. And again, like I said, I appreciate you understanding, Teresa, why that happened. It's not anything personal against you. It's just I don't. This community is a specific type of community. We have to keep it. You know what I mean? That's all. So, anyway, and I still appreciate you being here. And it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Yeah, we're just trying to get respect in this at this point, guys. That's all. And I know some people don't. At some point, your emotions get in front of you and you can't hold your tongue. It happens. We'll deal with it as we go. Just try to keep the respect level at a certain keel if we can. Now, that statement, in my opinion, even coming from a family member, was uncalled for. That shouldn't have been said. That shouldn't have been said. He should have halted that. And the clapping, I'm sorry, folks, but I disagree with that. Okay.
I do too. I was like, what?
That's just, I'm sorry, but this is not an award ceremony. This is not anything like that. You know, you don't. No, 4 people lost their lives. And I know what they're clapping to support the family in sense. No, this is not how you do that. I'm sorry. I just don't agree with that. That's my opinion. I know she's older than that now, Moonlit. She's actually, they just took her to college. We're talking about Aubrey. So I did have her name right. So yeah, she's in college now. They just took her this past week or 2 weeks ago to go to college. So that's all. Yeah, that's 100% it. Like what Elisa just said. You're not gonna be blocked forever. This is a statement needed removed. That's all. Just because we try to keep a certain level of respect in here, whether we agree with certain things or not, we're better than that. And that's just how we do things. By the way, good to see you, Eddie. Thank you for joining us. Let me make sure I didn't miss Lisa Vallejo. Good to see you. Anybody? Mayflowers, welcome. Dylan Mort, again, I already said hello, but hey again, bro. I am me. Good to see you. Sweet Melissa, hello and welcome. That's a good point too. That's a good point too. Yeah, that's wild too. If you guys have never seen Jeffrey Dahmer's impact statements, that was wild. It really was. But I'm telling you guys, this is nothing. I've seen people give their impact statements and jump over the podium and like attack the defendant. I've seen people pull a knife out.
Yes, Brian's parents are there.
Yeah, pick up things and throw them at the defendants. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Brian's parents are there. The clapping is definitely offhanded, in my opinion. I did, and I want to look at that too. I definitely want to check out what Bob did with that. Yeah, they're mild. Guys, here locally in my own court systems, we've had just about every time there's something like this that happens, they go at the defendants like you wouldn't believe. So this is very mild. I feel bad for Brian's parents as well. This has got to be very hard to hear somebody talking to their child this way.
Right?
You know, so they're going through it too. That's why I do appreciate, I think it was Maddie's grandmother's talking about his parents and how she prays for them or whatever it was she said. That is respectable. I truly feel that was respectable, because believe it or not, you know, that's something else I thought was pretty tasteless is, you know, Steve lashing out at Brian's parents, making a statement about, you know, we have your flight records. We know where you are. And they asked if he had to say anything to say. No, I don't care about them. They're going through something too. They're losing a child too, you know? They didn't train him to do this. They didn't teach him to do this. You know, if you want to believe that Brian did this, his parents didn't create him to be this person. None of us do as parents. We do the best we can with our kids, and what happens, guys. Once they become an adult, there's nothing you can do about who they become. Once again, they believe in Brian's innocence. They've stated it clearly again and again, as do I and many other people. If we're wrong, we're wrong. Okay, people are wrong every day. But I believe that his parents are victims as well. Oh, yeah, like what Fizzy just said, 100%. They're going through things too. They've been threatened multiple times. They have security on their home. Brian's mother doesn't even leave the home anymore, according to what Michael said. Neither one of them do very much. They don't have a life outside of this now. That's sad. Okay. This has taken their life from them to be able to live a normal life, just as much as it did with the victims' families in a sense. Maybe not as dramatic, but still the same. Okay. I don't think that they will, Rose. I don't think his parents would speak. If they did, you know, that's a lot of respect there, because that would take a whole lot to do that, in my opinion. So again, I appreciate everybody that it'll be for the show, Teresa. That's all. But again, I did ask everybody to kind of be respectful. I will not. One of the first things I said in here was respect and understand my moderators. If you say something to a moderator that's out of hand, you got to understand it. Their word is the word. That's it. And I support them 100%. So if that's what it was, you know, that's how it goes. Thank you, Brian. I can't tell who got that, but thank you, sir. Another meatball added to the sauce today. I don't know who has it. But thank you, Brian, so very much. Appreciate that. Congratulations to whoever received it. Welcome to the sauce. Summer Thunder. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball. Great stuff, Brian. Appreciate you. Yeah, right. I agree, Lucy. It's strange to think that parenting had anything to do with what Brian grew up and did. It's not like he comes from a crime family. 100%. Brian came from a great family. His mother's a teacher. His father works in the schools as well. they were at some aspect a religious family. Not that that means anything. I'm just saying they were a very close-knit family. So this has nothing to do with parenting, folks. I mean, Bryan went through school. Look at him. He's in college, multiple degrees. I mean, this has nothing to do with it. I think he was raised very well, truly. Came from a good family. Sometimes what's in here, nobody has any control of, including the person that owns it. So, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Jesus Christ. Dude. I love you, Lucy. Wiz is there, yes. And we can't see him because of the camera angle, but he's there. I was watching, one thing I was watching, which was a little weird. Right, exactly. Was Payne's face through the whole, as things were being read and stated. That was weird. His reactions, unless I'm just not seeing him clearly, but his weird, the facial things he was making was a little off to me. We never got the answers, but admitted to it. So there it is. He should have went to. Agreed, Lisa. We all feel the same way, I think. I don't believe they're going to make him make a statement, or that would have been done already. And I was watching Bryan's face. He hasn't made much of any kind of a reaction to anything. Twiz is at the hearing, Mayflowers. He spent the night outside to be able to get in. So he's at the hearing. Yeah, this is all typical protocol for a situation like this, for those of you that don't know. I think if he was going to rescind it, that would have been the first thing stated in the beginning. So I don't expect that. Like I said yesterday, last night, and this morning, I don't expect anything out of the ordinary here. Yeah, that's a fact. Very, very high tension. That's an FBI agent, Roe, who's sitting next to him. I don't know if that's balance or if that is or not an FBI agent, but that was one of the other. Is it Maori? Heather, isn't that Maori that's sitting to the left of Payne, I think? That's not Furman. That's not Mark Furman, is it? Yeah, I thought it was Maori. It was the process that got us here. They didn't want this to go to trial because there's a lot that would be exposed. Agreed. That's why this was played out the way it was. And at this point, nobody can in here tell me. I mean, truly, I don't think anybody here can tell me that you don't believe that between everybody, law enforcement, the state, everything, they're not covering and hiding something. They absolutely are covering something up and hiding something. Okay. That's not Maori. I thought that was Maori. That doesn't look like Mark Furman to me, but maybe he's aged enough that he doesn't look the same anymore. I don't know. I could be wrong. I also don't have my glasses, guys. I've lost both pairs and I can't see very good. Yeah, this is an absolute deep cover up of something. And I've come to that full-fledged complex. I just lost my whole train of thought. Sorry, guys. Decision as to what I feel. They're absolutely covering something up deeply. What it is, it doesn't look like Maori. Okay. Yeah, you could ask him. He probably know. Whatever it is what this is all about. Okay. Whatever it is that they're hiding, protecting, and that's another way to put it. And I think probably the best way to put it, protecting and covering up. That's what this is all about. The entire thing, beginning to end. And I want to know, that's what is bothering me the most. Yes, I don't want to see somebody go to prison that is innocent. No, none of us do. But my biggest issue with this whole thing is how we got here, how they got him where they got him, and why we're still here at this point, and why this is okay. because what they want this to do is just that this is done. That's why this has happened all so fast, in my opinion. Okay. The plea was taken. Here we are, what, 2 weeks later? Not even. Sentencing's done, and I've never seen anything like this go down so fast either. That was another thing. And we're back.
We see you.
We'll talk some more after.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Leave Ann alone, Twiz. I mean, I'd be like him if I was there too, so.
Thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I just want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends.
Did they turn off her mic?
I think they did because I can't hear a word she said.
I went back and forth on whether to speak today.
I can't even put up the closed caption because it's live.
I deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here on the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, dad, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction. Compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss the most is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? Whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, countless people told me that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. Could have been their friend, could have hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, this is the whole kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, we worked hard to do the things we did, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me. Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out, and this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for.
Yes, this is Jeff Kernodle.
And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, you know, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. You know, Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and I had she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there on that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car. Don't be drinking and driving." You know, the week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know, because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know. And that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
This is Xana's aunt, for anybody that doesn't know. Coming up next.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Santa was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Karen Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, state can argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count 1, the felony burglary, the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count 3, that the court sentence the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count 4, that the court sentence the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count 5, that the court sentence the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, There should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumb print impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility in execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Exactly.
The worst of the worst, huh?
Yeah. Whatever.
I think he was out of line there with a couple of statements he made. That's my opinion. As a judge, I mean, you should never make a statement about whether he'll tell the truth or not. You don't. That's my opinion, of course, that's out of line. Just saying. No statement from Bryan. He respectfully declined. I've seen a couple people say he should apologize to the families. You know, I would agree, but I think if Bryan were to stand up and apologize to the families, this is just an opinion, that would relate him to pure guilt. You get what I'm saying?
I can see that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like that could be why he held back from something like that. Because in turn, he's still not admitting full guilt on this.
Mm-hmm.
He agreed to the charges. He didn't say, "Yes, Your Honor, I went in and I killed those people." So maybe that's why. I don't know. Don't quote me. You know, I'm just taking a little bit of a guess here. I was wondering if that was going to be something that he did, but no, there's not. And I truly, like we talked about last night and today, I didn't expect anything.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Nothing at all. So
Deal, admitting that he murdered those four beloved friends.
I don't know. I didn't care for Bill Thompson's victory lap. That's what I call that. He did nothing. They did nothing. They did nothing to prove that Bryan was guilty in this case. They were basically handed this case.
Now, the community is still reeling after the plea agreement, with Kaylee Gonzalez's family speaking out against it when the plea hearing was taking
Not
place,
to mute.
placing various statements on social media.
What'd you say, ma'am?
I said you need to mute.
Sorry. Yeah, the families, again, for those of you that were respectful, I appreciate that very much. Respecting them making their statements. Even though there were some that were disagreed with, some statements that were made, and I get it. I think there was a couple things that were a little inappropriate considering, but once again, we have to remember that these people lost their family. They lost their loved one. That's in a very bad way. Okay, so there's anger there and pain that is not easily controlled. So I get it. I'm not excusing certain things that were said, but I get it. And it doesn't matter whether I do or not. I'm nobody important. So thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that very much. And I'll fix that. Don't worry about it. I think if that's meaning the mods, I'm sure they'll be accepting of your apology as well. I don't want to speak for them, but I'm sure they will. I appreciate that very much. So I wish everybody was like that. So, like I said, if I feel like if Bryan would have stood up and said, "I'm sorry to the families, this and that, and everything else," one, they wouldn't have wanted to hear it, truly. Two, it would have been an admission of guilt, in my opinion. And that's why I feel like maybe he didn't do it. You know what I mean? No, Taylor, why would he go on the stand, hun? It's done. He just, to make a statement. No, he didn't speak at all, hun, at all. Let's see. Any thoughts at this point with you, Mama Bear?
No, it went pretty much the way I expected it to.
That's what I thought too. The clapping was definitely something I did not approve of.
Yeah.
But the statements and the comments from the families, I think, were all accurate, considering, like I said, the one about the D thing, I thought that was a little bit much coming from well, she's not a small child. She's actually, like I said, she just went to college, but still, that was a little much, but it's to be expected, you guys. Things like this are to be expected. Like I said, if this was me, God forbid, you wouldn't have wanted me up there speaking. I'd have said a whole bunch of things that would have sounded very immature and just way out there. So just saying. That's what I mean, Paco. This wasn't an awards ceremony. It wasn't a sporting event. It just came off as a little distasteful to me. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Boone, good to see you. How many book deals? Although we've already got 2 or 3 out there that have already come out. There'll be many more and movies to come and all of that too. It's sad that these things turn into this, you know? Yes, 42 days. I don't know if you guys heard that. Yeah, I was waiting to see some press statements.
One that says, quote, Bryan Kohberger is too scared to die, but he was not afraid to kill. The state is showing Bryan Kohberger mercy by removing the death penalty Kohberger did not show Kaylee any mercy. He doesn't deserve life in prison. He deserved life on death row. To read their full statement, you can head to idahonews.com, which is also where you can watch the streaming live at 9 a.m.
Exactly, Eddie.
You can also watch it on our YouTube page. Just head to Idaho News on Demand on YouTube. We will also be keeping you updated all morning long.
And I have to say that I feel that if the families knew the absolute truth in this, some of their statements may be different. That's just my opinion, because I don't believe that the absolute truth has come out in this at all, folks. I'm telling you right now, I definitely know it hasn't. Whatever is being hidden and covered up by the prosecution, the state of Idaho, period, that is what needs to be known, and that is what the families deserve to know, as well as the rest of the world at this point. Hey, Nellie, good to see you, dear. And I don't either. I don't at all think that he wanted to be famous, Nellie. So, no. So yes, there's 42 days. He has 42 days for an appeal. As you heard right there, he has the ability to appeal. For those of you that didn't understand how that all worked out, it would be a direct violation of the plea deal, but that doesn't matter. He can still appeal. And like we were saying this before, there's other options he has as well. So we'll see if something happens where this gets thrown up into the Supreme Court, which is what I've been feeling for the past few days, and some other things I have thoughts of as well, because I still just don't think Bryan did this. So that's the thing. At this point, I just want to see if there's going to be any after statements or anything like that come out. So
Really live from
let me look around a few minutes.
We're showing you what's happening out front. As you can see, news outlets from across the entire nation are surrounding the Ada County Courthouse to give updates on what happens. There's also a line forming outside to try and get a seat inside the courtroom to see firsthand what Judge Stephen Hippler decides to hand down to Bryan Kohberger. When we got here at about 3:30 this morning, the line was at the front of the courthouse. Now,
Cassie just said there's going to be a presser in 45 minutes.
in front of the building.
I figured that too.
Updated on what's happening all
So
morning
2:30.
Where's the chat now? Wait, where is it?
Trying to get live shot.
Okay, wait. It's not coming up on the screen. I'm like, where is
Okay, so we got live shots here.
When all four students were found stabbed to death inside of that home off of King Street in Moscow, Idaho. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We did hear today as well from the roommates. One of them, Bethany, spoke just via a written statement. So we didn't hear her direct.
Yeah, that I agree with that one too, Josie. I thought Steve was rather very calm considering what I actually expected.
Yeah, yeah.
That was shocking, truly.
When he turned that podium, I was like, oh boy, he's going to blow. But,
Well, he wanted to make sure he was directing it directly at Bryan. So yeah.
But he kept it pretty together.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Mhm.
Exactly, but we did have a chance instead to hear from Dylan. Now, Dylan was one of the two people that was inside of the home, and you even heard perhaps the
God, this guy's nose again. I don't want to see up your nose again, dude.
You know, and seeing their faces one after another, and then just the iconic picture, sadly iconic picture now of them.
I'm trying to see to get better like live shots outside. Cassie, where did you see the presser released that they were going to be doing the presser at?
It's 5 life sentences fixed, no parole. The restitution part, I know they at the beginning of that they gave 60 days.
How did I keep saying 5 fixed life sentences? There's only 4. I've heard that a couple times. I'm like, where are they getting 5? There's only 4.
Mm-hmm. You got 10 years on the burglary and
All right, right
4
now the
life
sentencing.
Yeah.
Um,
Cassie said, where'd it go? I'm having someone put it in Discord. It's not letting me post images.
okay. Thank you, dear. I was kind of shocked to see Dylan there.
Yeah, that was a big shock.
We'll say that much. I don't see. No, wait. Is that Brian Hinton? No, yeah, that was from last
Hey,
night.
no, she didn't. When they, Bethany didn't come back to Idaho when they questioned her, did they?
No.
They went to
No,
her.
she left and has never been back.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
20.
They went to her.
Moscow PD. Okay, so we have press release approximately 45 minutes after sentencing concludes. Chief Dollinger, Corporal Brett Payne, Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson, and Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Imagine that. Okay. Once again, as I knew that, the prosecution is going to do their victory lap again.
Yeah.
And
no, she had Ashley read her statement for her.
who?
Bethany.
Oh, no, not Ashley. It was Emily Einstein.
Emily.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I always flip-flop them too.
Yeah, she would refuse to come back to the state, period. For whatever reason, she wants nothing to do with any of this and refuses to come back for anything. So take it for what it is.
We need to interview Twiz.
Oh, he'll be around here soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be around. He'll explain everything, how everything was.
I agree, Nellie. I agree.
Okay, Josie. Joe. Wait, what picks? I didn't get any picks, Josie. Was I supposed to?
Unless they put more than the one. Let me see.
Because he's a coward, he's been protected by the court from day one, minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and his days of being protected are coming to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 12 minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was." And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak now. Is there anything to say?
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you go.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe it wasn't court appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steven Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar, to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability, We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice systems should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record. It's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend.
I'll be right back, Mama
a light in
Bear.
every room she walked into.
Okay.
When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother. Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and yeah, we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked her straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me in my eye. He took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that it needed? Or was this...
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado, and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or
Neither did I, but okay.
Make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something built in there. Can you explain that to me?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
2 weapons, huh? Interesting.
The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison.
That would give me 2 people at least.
There may be more details to come about that, but
At least.
that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
They know there was at least one more person involved in this. They know it themselves. Right, Tonka.
Yep.
Did I see what, Tita? Yeah, they know. They've been hinting around to knowing now for a while that they do know that there is at least one other person. Sorry. It just came out that person. Yeah, we and that's the problem, Carolyn. That's what I'm talking about. Why are they hiding that? Well, you know what I mean? They have to know. And I would imagine at this point, did they possibly even know who the other person would be? Not the families, but the prosecutors. Somebody knows. There's another person. There's another another weapon. Brian's not a damn ninja, guys, wielding 2 weapons. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. That is so stupid. 2 weapons and at minimum 2 killers, in my opinion. So who's the other person or persons that we've been screaming about for 2 years, guys? Come on. This is ridiculous that they're just going to bury this. They're going to bury it. They're not going to go looking for this other person or persons. This is not justice. I'm sorry, but it's not. Even if Bryan did do this, okay? There are more people or another person at the very minimum that is liable for this. Where are they? Yeah,
exactly, devil woman.
And again, Anna and Ethan were attacked simultaneously. That's in paperwork, folks. So that says it there. There was somebody else there. This even makes it more doubtful for me now. God damn it. Hey, Christy.
My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogan. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly, Eddie. Thank you, Christy. Guys, Mama Bear's link is pinned at the top of the chat. Click on that link there. It'll take you to her channel. Please go over there, subscribe, hit the notifier, and hit the like button if you would, please. There's a whole lot of security here. Look at this. These are marshals, too. Wow. Yeah, guys, there's a lot of things pointing to the fact that there's still, at the minimum, 2 killers now. Okay? How is that being avoided is what I don't understand that. Let's think about it for a minute, because they keep referring back to this statement that Bryan made. Has anybody else been arrested yet? Okay? They're talking about multiple weapons here. We've always thought that there's no way he did this in that period of time by himself. So, again, let me see if I can find some more real quick, guys. Hold on here. see anything else live. Hold on.
Everything?
They did. And you know,
Scene and things like that. And so then you get a score. The Department of Corrections scores you.
represent the state, does not represent any one victim, any one specific person, but instead has to really look to what is the most reasonable, most just, and most definitive ability to have justice in this case. And so what we heard from prosecutors all along, since we found out that this plea deal was happening, they talked about this was a finality. It saved the families the trauma of trial. And I don't think anyone would argue that looking at the evidence and hearing it repeated in court time.
That's what I thought, Eddie, but it's been being stated again based from news anchors again. So I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, it does relate to that very easily.
And time again, they were expecting this trial to last for months. And so I think that, you talk to families who've been through things like that, through trials like that, and they do say that it is nothing short of traumatic. It is reliving that pain over and over again. And so just like the Mogan family, we've heard from the Chapin family who said the very same thing. The Chapins were not here today, and they have said they don't want to be in court. They have spoken, we have heard them, and they have spoken to us and talked about supporting the plea agreement, but saying that they want to move forward, and that sitting in a courtroom and listening to the testimony about the case or having to look at Kohberger simply isn't a closure for them, and it doesn't help with their healing. And the judge alluded to that too, and it is a very personal experience. I don't think that any of us can even begin to imagine what we would think, feel, or do if we were in a similar situation. And I think that the judge was saying that it's important to honor everyone's reaction, that there is no right or wrong way to feel about this. The prosecution, however, saying, it's not about one person. He acknowledged that. He said, we know there have been some of the victims' families are angry with us. They know, he knows that they don't agree with this decision. But he talked about why he made that choice, because it was a final closure in this case, and making sure that Bryan Kohberger would never leave prison, meaning that he could never victimize anyone again. And I think that's what has been at the core of this decision to take a plea deal from the very beginning. But as we learned today, that decision not made lightly, but also not made very long ago. Just within the last month and a half is when that decision to take the plea agreement and to work toward a plea agreement that both prosecution and defense could agree on just happened within the last 6 weeks or so. Brian, Justin?
Andrea, speaking to you, the topic of closure, you said it's very individualized. We heard Christy Gonzalez talk about this. Somebody I think I heard ask, does this give you closure? And she said it's too soon to tell. This is a process. It's just kind of settling in. It isn't as simple as closing the door as the prosecution may have suggested, but it is a process, and we'll see how this goes. Granted, they're still very upset with the plea deal, but it is a step forward, and that's kind of what Judge Hippler was saying, that this is going to be a step forward for everybody involved.
I think stepping forward, was a theme to some of what we heard in these victim impact statements this morning. The sister of Xana Kernodle, Jasmine, talked about trying to not about Kohberger anymore, that this is about Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. I think as much as we can, we'll all try to get to that point. But as we also heard, boy, it
could be
too soon for a lot of people as well.
I understand we have Morgan Romero outside the courthouse now. Morgan was inside where they had, I guess, 100 plus filling the courtroom this morning. Morgan, what was your take from inside?
Yeah, Brian and Justin, the courtroom was absolutely packed. Members, of course, of the victim's family and their friends, as well as members of the media and just people in the public who are really interested in this case and have been since the beginning, as much of the world has. To talk about the tone in the room is just so hard to put into words. This is a story that affected real people, real families, real friends, and we are seeing and hearing from many of them for the first time. One of the surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen. We are also hearing from a victim impact statement was read on behalf of Bethany Funk by her friend Emily Allant. And that's how the hearing started. It was really emotional. Both girls, both Emily and Dylan, very, very choked up, reading these statements saying they felt this immense amount of guilt and they deal with this incredible anxiety still every single day. But they know they need to move forward. They know they need to live for their friends because their friends can no longer live. Beyond that, we heard from the families of Kaylee Gonzalez, of Madison Mogen, of Xana Kernodle. As more and more people read their victim impact statements, more and more people started clapping for them. Just goes to show you how powerful those statements were. Some people commenting in the back, particularly when Kaylee Gonzalez's sister Olivia read her statement, her and her dad and Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee's mom, spoke directly to Bryan Kohberger and told him the impact that this had on their family, how they think he's pathetic, worthless, his life means nothing, and they spoke directly to him. That victim impact statement, all three of them got very loud claps. At the end of this all, we know Bryan Kohberger decided not to give an allocution. He did not want to speak on his behalf and show any remorse or give any explanation. But throughout this entire hearing today, he stared directly at the people that were at the podium talking, whether they were addressing him or whether they were addressing the judge or reading from their notes.
I'm trying to figure it out, Josie, what it could mean. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I saw it sitting next to him. I didn't get a close-up look until we saw it in here. But it's definitely interesting. Here, hold on a minute. I'll bring it out, see what everybody else might think about it. That's a bit big there. Hold on. I don't know what to think. I mean, it looks to me like a heart. I don't truly see what's around it. But it looks like something Bryan was drawing. Any thoughts? Anybody? What it could be?
No.
I'm not quite sure what it is. If it was drawn on top of something, if there's something around it, I don't know. I mean, you see the black heart, yes.
Meaning it was a picture on the table in front of
Bryan.
Kohberger.
Yeah, he was sitting there with the pen next to him. Josie says a black heart, question mark. First thing I thought of was Telltale Heart. Amazing story. Remember the egg? Yeah. Oh yeah. I have the books and everything. I love Poe. So I was trying to figure out what this stuff was around it, Josie. You know what I mean? I saw the black heart. That's all there is. And that could tell you a story by itself. But what is this stuff? Okay.
I mean, it almost looks like to me, like a stained glass.
Yeah. Yeah. But I only see one pen, so I don't see multiple colors here. So
Right.
How was that there already, or like it's weird? Interesting. Yeah. Where you at, Lucy? She'll figure it out. He allowed colored pencils in jail. I mean, maybe. I know they do
But
draw
I mean,
in color.
they do make pens that have
Multiple
colors.
Yeah,
on
that
them.
you're right. That could be because it looks like there's yellow, purple, pink, black, and green. Maybe just different colors. Can you flip it? I should be able to. Maybe. Or do I not have that in here? Hold on.
He said he had it when he sat down.
He brought it with him? Okay. So. I wonder what that means. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I can't turn it right now. Sorry, you guys. I'll have to re-upload it in a different way.
Here, hold on.
Case from case record to November. Motion to suppress and memorandum in support of 119 Lambston statements. Redacted page 16 speaks about the alleged statement. Oh, okay. Hey, Gordon. Thank you, Eddie. Let me see you back up here. Did I miss something else you said? Appreciate that, bud. Kopaka. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's get back to the presser.
He was staring Emotionless.
Who has it right now? Does anybody know? Because there's like 35 different news stations here. Hold on. This might be it right here. 1 minute.
We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience.
This is it, I
during
believe.
this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight
Isn't this the presser?
which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated.
Okay, then this is it. Yeah.
Phone calls,
This is law
letters,
enforcement.
seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together. You have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you're all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. our communities are safe from him, and we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Waitau County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribally phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI and your Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid and Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. We made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, it doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So,
Exactly.
I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength and particularly your love for one another was inspiring and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going. Even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplified the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal. The goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And
Understood, Michael.
There were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division, and I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes.
Bye, Michael.
The important change that we made in the office. This moment
Take care, Michael.
is the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams work diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you. And your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbert.
There's a link pinned. There's a link in the chat if anybody wants to join us up here. Express any views or feelings, you're welcome to.
We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Challenger,
Yes.
I'm Rolly with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying.
After redacting it, of course.
Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Haley Guthner, KHQ. There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you. Cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon, not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that he was in his office.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, or that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And no, it doesn't make sense. And it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning, and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There's no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There's
The
something
whole
I need to
world's
say though real
died.
quick. This is the product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial. And that's Josh Herward, former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight, as I wasn't reading my notes correctly. But thank you for that little interlude. Chief.
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, incidentally, you've been a long time. You said that, it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison. But Corporal Payne said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and give answers to these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of the law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Wilson. First of all,
So they're now saying that the house was targeted. Nobody specifically. That's crazy.
And I just think that goes to show that there's no character in this. So that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe was clothes Kohberger was wearing that night bar. How do you think he avoided?
You're good, Brandy.
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth. It's just kind of how we roll. But there is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we have folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying.
Good point, Heather.
Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is, we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife. And that's it. So it's in this of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So
what about the clothes and his ability to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Gabriel Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more?
right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. That's what
Exactly, Heather.
left with here.
Chief of Stars was CNN, Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And the stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done, Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition, Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are in possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So, trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving victims.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My questions for the investigators. You guys are going through this case.
Interesting, huh?
Background, his education, his training.
Right, Eddie.
You know, you said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question is for Anthony Ballinger, actually. I remember when Anthony was cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all this happened, and now you're running the show.
This is dumb.
As a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're doing this?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? You know, it was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, you know, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Fan, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy in the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being sealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Shipler told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed.
Exactly, Josie.
Various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review. I'm just wondering, did the lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is, it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who wanted to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating.
Zero
I'm not
connected.
gonna stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. Thank you for the question.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
So,
Seriously.
Members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there. And I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation, the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
So you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They helped us a ton in framing our
Answer the damn question.
Our interview strategy, rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with. The idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview.
As soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down. So
what was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see. And
Have a good day, Mama Bear. Thanks for being here with us today, hon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What do you think about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way?
The only thing we're really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So,
Just wondering if you ever
never had any idea of what made.
They still didn't answer the question.
No. That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Investigators, I know there was some reports that there was times container at the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one survivor roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of this work computer, this software expert. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The bar articulated this.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively. So there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two cell phones, or was it just one cell phone?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home.
So
or
it
office.
was more than just the work computer that he had wiped?
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off, and use VPN on his devices also.
Okay. Kevin Fixer with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet over to Offram Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately
Great question.
the FBI takes over that IGG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that portion.
I'll start, and I'll just
There we go.
briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So that you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Offram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IGG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody's
Bullshit.
rights.
Bullshit. You're a liar.
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it, but the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller, and then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten them through the car.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Front 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So
So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also,
Yep.
the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
Now, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months, and as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwood in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able, with the manpower, to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families and we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June, the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty. The court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right? With the jury as a factor.
Yeah,
Thank you, Robert. Same to you, my friend.
Is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Michelle, thank you for 48 hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early signs of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on.
Right down the road from me, Tomboy.
What led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho. We have spoken with families afterwards. And I can tell you that families that do not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims.
Thank you, Violet. I have
I'm
tried.
not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. And like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it.
At that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Last question here.
Just two follow-ups to earlier questions, if that's okay, so make sure we're understanding everything correctly. First of all, my question about the family. You said that you gave me evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance in the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously we follow this line of interest in the studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of the planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student, a different student in the PhD program.
So then I'm understanding that the planning process, if you're in that investigation for that payment, was part of the plan to be that purchase of the adjournment on Amazon, you was doing the first, I guess, step toward.
Thank you as well, Thomas. I appreciate that very much, you guys. I really tried to.
We don't have anything to show or prove that.
Real quick, just a little bit of breaking news, folks. Don't know anybody that may be interested, but Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer has been found dead in a strange circumstance. So something I'll probably be looking into here, not right now, but at some point. So just a little breaking news for anybody that has followed that case.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions.
And no, we won't be stopped talking about this case because I may not talk about Bryan Kohberger himself, but I'm going to figure out why this happened. The world needs to know whatever it is they hit, whether Bryan did it or didn't do it. I don't even care anymore about that. Okay. I want to know why we went through what we went through in this case, why we saw everything we saw, what it means, why they just sat here and told us that there was no target. The house was the target. Now we go back to that from day one. Now the house is the target. They don't know who the target was. You're lying. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This is a horrible, horrible investigation. There's no investigation as far as I'm concerned. And now we're being told bunch more and more bullshit on top of this. This is a violation of people's human rights, people, including our own. this could happen to us. That's what my problem is. Like I said, take Bryan out of the picture. I don't even care about that now. I want to know why the hell this happened and how this is okay. That's my issue.
And certainly the question was.
I'll
already
never
asked
stop talking about
public
that.
Records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that City of Moscow is going to be putting up hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, guys. Welcome, Diane, by the way. It's good to see you today. I didn't get to pin it like I did, so hold on. I'm going to do this one more time. I just figured if anybody wanted to share or express any views or feelings on this, just like I just did, I'm pissed off now. I'm even more pissed off now than I was. Like I said, I'm eliminating Bryan from my thought process at this point for now, okay? Because the case in itself, the bullshit, the lies, the whatever the absolute hell they're covering up and protecting, that's my issue. How did we get to this point? How are we here? Hold on one second. Let me make sure I pin this right. Welcome, Diane. Again, if you can hear me, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back and forth about Bryan Kohberger's innocence or guilt. It doesn't matter at this point right now. He's been convicted. He's going to prison. If there's something that can be dealt with that, if he, later on down the road, that's wonderful. Right now, I am mostly worried about the absolute blatant corruption that is going on right now in our faces, folks, and how this happened. The absolute, and the prosecutor can stand here and lie to our faces that this didn't violate his rights. You're full of shit, Bill. You know it did. You yourself have said things that were wrong. 100% bullshit. These two investigators just sat here and said that the house was the target, folks. We heard that on the first day, and then it went away, and then it was Maddie was the target. I came out and said I thought Zana and Ethan were targets. They're saying the house is the target, and they don't know why. They themselves said there is zero connection between the man that just went to prison for the rest of his life and these victims. How is that possible if he killed him? They also said that there's two weapons. I don't know too many ninjas that can yield two that are dyspraxic that can yield two weapons and kill four people. Something's not right. Okay, that's all I can tell you.
I heard that. And my head went, what?
This is an absolute cover-up. There's no other way to look at this. And if you don't think it is, then you need to go look at it again, folks, because they are 1001% covering something up. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you, Meg. Good to see you, dear. Yeah, I'm angry too. The corruption is disgusting and obvious. They've basically told us that they're corrupted, and know that there's nothing that can be done about it. So they're standing there laughing about it at this point. Thank you so much, Meg. God bless, dear. We appreciate you. I'm fucking sick of it, you guys. This can happen in our town to all of us the same way it happened to these people. And this is wrong. There is no justice for the victims, in my opinion, because they don't have, let's say that Bryan was involved, which I don't believe he was, but let's say he was. I'm going to tell you there's at least one other person involved in this, in my opinion. Where is that person? What if that person's the one that actually committed the crimes physically and Bryan was just there? That person's still walking free somewhere. So there's no justice, folks. None. Absolutely none. They're hiding things. Go ahead, Diane. I'm sorry.
Am I understanding things right? That Steve G said their hands were bound and their mouths were gagged?
He didn't say anything about their hands being bound. He said that Mabbitt told him that it looked as though there was something like here on their mouths, like bruising, to show that their mouths had been gagged. Which is something that was lied about in the first press conference as well. Where when that was asked, Chief Price said, no. But it was done based on what he said that Mabbitt told him.
I forget where I heard it or seen it, but wasn't it Dylan? Just all he. They were bound, and Kaylee was pleading for her life.
Where did you hear that at?
I'm sitting here literally trying to remember. It'll come to me at 3 o'clock in the morning. But
all I know is, my echo's on. All I know is the victim impact statements, they felt like personal attacks towards Bryan.
That's typically how those go, Robert, sadly. But that is, and I expected that. I truly expected that. That's what happens. Everyone I've ever seen, they are directed at the suspect or the perpetrator, the defendant. That's typically what happens because they are led to believe, in a sense, when it's okay, let me put it this way. In a sense, when it's a true to form case that is all about the truth, okay, you'll see, the loved ones of the victims. They want to attack the person that hurt their loved ones. So that's normal. Like I said, these were calm compared to some of the things I've seen. In this case, in my opinion, of course, these families were led to believe that Bryan Kohberger is the one that took their loved ones' lives. Whether I believe he did or he didn't, that's why they directed him that way. Now, I can understand and I respected the families speaking on how they did about their loved ones, so on and so forth. I expected the Gonsalves to kind of go at Bryan a little bit more like they did. But that's pretty typical from what I've seen, Robert, just so you know.
What about Dylan's my and I statements during hers?
Yeah, I don't know what to take about with Dylan. I don't have a lot of trust for her based on things we've learned. I'm not going to go in and attack her right now because, I've always said that I don't believe she's a victim of the circumstance, of the crimes, so on and so forth. I believe she was a victim. They were victims of the circumstance. That's how I feel about it. And I still have questions about how they did what they did, why they reacted the way they did. People say, well, they were too young. They couldn't do this. They couldn't do that. Okay, fine. But you can only use that excuse so many times that I just don't accept it. That's all I'm saying. There's things that could have been done, should have been done, things that they saw things that they knew that just I don't accept. I'm not comfortable with. Real quick here, Meg, thank you so much for that super chat. Nobody going into criminology or forensics. Nobody go into criminology or forensics. That's how they said they got to Bryan. Also, they said it was somebody trained not to get blood anywhere. Very, very true. Meg. Very true. And that's what happened when they did. When did they start teaching that in criminology? That's a great question, dear. Great question. Thank you so much, Meg, for the super chat. God bless, dear. Welcome, Dylan. Good to see you.
Who did it? Who did it?
I have no idea. This is Twiz 2.0, folks. If you listen to his voice, he sounds just like him.
Who did it?
I don't know, but you all did catch that there were two weapons now, right?
Steve said Kaylee got stabbed 30 plus times.
We were told before it was 54, but either way,
That's wild. You think Kohberger was in there by himself stabbing her 30 plus times and Dylan and Bethany didn't hear any
No,
of that?
not at
a
all.
chance, guys. That's the story. That's their story they're going with. That's the story.
I think there were two people repeatedly stabbing all of them nonstop. That's why I think this went on this way. At least two, okay? Possibly three.
I think it happened at two separate times, I think. I think
I mean, between Anna and Kaylee, yeah.
I think Kaylee and Maddie, when they get back home after 2:00, they walk into it, and then they're killed at that point, or soon thereafter. So I don't think it's 2v4. I think 2 are gone.
2v2 at two separate times.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me too, dude. I was thinking about that before because also go ahead.
It could and it could be even more, but regardless, Dylan and Bethany are there. Their statements today did not clear them up.
I don't think so either.
It didn't show me anything. It didn't explain 8 hours. Didn't explain who they were with at midnight. They're not out of trouble just yet.
Not in my opinion either.
I don't think anyone believes that once. I mean, Moscow PD, the FBI, everyone that spoke today, they didn't give you anything. They're kind of protecting themselves, patting each other on the back, saying, "Good job. We did what we had to do." Bill Thompson, he looks like a deer in the headlights right now.
It's such a joke, and he's doing a lick of victory lap for they did nothing.
Victory lap for what? Like no one's happy with you.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. He did nothing. They did not prove Bryan did this. They did not do that.
What you did was just drag this out for 2.5 years, covering for people for a bad investigation and a little plot job, protecting people for we don't know why yet.
That's my biggest goddamn question is what the fuck? Excuse my language. I'm so pissed about this. What are they covering up and why?
The reason is it's deeper than just
it's very deep.
Simple one. Hey, this is the person. This is why. It runs deeper than that. Payne, you could tell Payne's like we didn't have anything on this guy.
They had nothing.
When he spoke today, he's like he was trying to link his studies to how he studied to commit the crime. Like it's like, all right, man, like that's all you got. Him being in the field of criminology is all you have against him. That's all you said today. It's like that's nothing.
Did you hear him say how bad that they wanted to find a connection on social media between? They found not one kind of a connection, folks. That is absolute out of the investigators' mouths today. There was zero connection from Bryan Kohberger to these victims. Explain that.
And then he also said there was zero evidence of him being a serial killer or any. Like he literally said, like this guy's not crazy.
Zero evidence of a sexual aspect too.
Yeah, like nothing. So it's like, all right, what'd you have, guys?
Then why did you do this? That's it right there, dude. What is a motive? If you take all them things away, what motive could somebody have to kill somebody?
Yeah, like, all right, you guys are wrong. It sucks. Like you're wrong, but why are you wrong?
Right. You've taken every motive option away from this man to kill them.
Yeah. No,
there's no motive for this now. It makes even less sense to me.
We'll see how redacted everything is when it comes out. And
JFK files, bro. It's gonna look just like the JFK files. Everything's gonna be black, and there'll be 4 sentences. That's it.
I mean, they have to give us something. I think, like,
well, that's what they know.
like,
that they know that.
But
Yeah,
they're just going to be giving us nothing. It's going to be It's going to be like, okay.
And I was watching him today. I don't know if anybody else was. I was really, really watching Bryan because they centered in on him. Okay. There was no reflex, no, like almost like he practiced this. Okay. He did not move, budge, blink. At one point, it looked like he might have been shaking his head, agreeing with something somebody was saying very slowly. But there was nothing, dude. The guy didn't, nothing they said to him, it bounced off of him, period.
Well,
he looked like he was medicated.
I mean,
Seriously.
he could have been.
Maybe. Like,
Hey,
maybe
LA.
some like anti-anxiety, something to chill him out or something. I don't know.
It could be.
Would.
I mean, here's the thing. They tell them you're going to be, this is what's going to happen today. They're going to be throwing every obscenity at you that they possibly can. So maybe they did give him like Xanax or something to calm him down. I don't know.
They got to heavily protect him in prison and make his life somewhat decent because just based on the threats.
Yeah. Absolutely. Joji, there's a link pinned to the top of my chat if you want to jump up here, hon. And Jesse, you know how to do it. It's right at the top, outlined in yellow, and you click on that and it'll bring you backstage and I can bring you up if you want to.
The thing about it is harming Bryan Kohberger doesn't protect what's really going on.
Well, no, that's the thing. It's
he's irrelevant.
Yeah, at this point, he is irrelevant.
He's gonna chill, and if you kill him, okay, whatever. It's not like he can reveal anything to you, because I think he had nothing to do with anything. They just pulled him out and created him as a suspect, and they were wrong.
And see, it just makes me think that just because he's studying criminology, are they trying to say everybody who studies criminology is a perpetual serial killer?
I mean,
that way.
They're just really not saying much. And what they do say, they don't say with any kind of conviction or like matter of fact. They're not releasing hard evidence. They're being real loose. They're not giving you exact times. They're not giving you exact method. They're guessing. And they're like, all right, this is over. We got them. They have to say something. So they just say these kind of vague, blanketed statements about the like little portions of the investigation, but no one's giving you any kind of hard evidence against Bryan Kohberger. And they're just saying, oh, the public records will be open. Go look for it. Well, people are going to look for it. And it's not going to point to Bryan Kohberger. It's going to say his name a lot. Like,
right. And Bryan studied how to solve crimes, guys, not commit them. So that doesn't. It's for me. I'm sorry.
It's like, all right, how did these people die? Really, how did these people die? What weapon was used, guys? Who was in the house? What time did they die? Let's figure out these basic facts. But we're not going to believe two 19-year-old college students. We're not going to believe their 911 call because it's fake. It's just not what happened. You can get that because of their text messages, and the timeline doesn't line up. And you put together the correct timeline and the actual suspects and the actual DNA in the house that's unknown because you guys haven't tested it yet. And you figure the case out. And you don't rely on a sliver of DNA on a sheath that you supposedly claim is there. That's it. That's all you have. And try to pin it on that guy for 4 murders with no other evidence.
Right. Josie, send Brandy an email if you don't mind, hon. And you're welcome to jump into Discord. You're always welcome to jump in there at any time. So if you want to join the Discord, just send Brandy an email. She'll send you a link there. And I'll check the email. Welcome, Jesse. And I agree with you, Dylan. What's up, Jess?
Man, that was a tough watch, Dago. That was a real tough watch.
I agree.
I wasn't kidding when I said, I'm balling here. When Jeff Kernodle spoke, I mean, I was balling. The Kernodle family, I thought, was pretty classy, to be honest with you.
Agreed. And Mogan, Ben Mogan really got me. He always has. You can tell the love that he had for Maddie as a father. And it always reminds me of how I feel about my daughters. And listening to him speak, it just takes me to how I would feel. And I put glasses on for a reason. I didn't do it just to look good. You know what I mean? It was rough. It really was hard.
Certainly made me feel like it's ironic when they say they can't force Bryan to allocate because he has rights, but they can basically strap him into a seat and have people hail insults at him and threaten him with Big D. You got a lot of Big D coming. They said some of those comments were pretty outrageous.
It was. Yeah, I agree.
I don't really see the point of that, but I mean, I could almost see if it was a real, if it truly was an open and shut case, but he's never really confessed, right? It's a guilty plea where he hasn't confessed, and I think some of the families lost sight of that.
That's why I think that some people questioned about how Bryan could have stood up to apologize to the families. And I said, well, if he did that, he in turn would be admitting actual guilt at that point. Why are you apologizing if you didn't do so? You know what I mean?
Well, and if you criticize Bryan's demeanor, I mean, I was looking the whole time and I was thinking the same thing. Like, how could you possibly listen to people speak to you this way and hold your composure? I mean, I can't see myself being able to do it, but his lawyers, Ann Taylor, Massoth, Barlow, all very stoic. They were all just really solid as a rock. Nobody flinched. And so, I mean, say what you want about Bryan. I mean, there was 3 other people at that table behaving the exact same way.
Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed. Yeah, I wish somebody would have been there to speak on Ethan's behalf. I do agree. That was kind of sad, but his family made their choice, and I respect that. And again, that tells me. Let me. The way I look at this, Jesse, if I know I didn't do something, that I have been accused of, okay. If I know in my mind, in my heart, in my soul, I didn't do that, and you're slinging as much as you can at me left and right about how much distaste you have for me because you think I did something, but I know I didn't do it. I'm not going to let you bother me because I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. So whatever you're saying to me just means nothing. You know what I mean? So I look at it in that sense. If he didn't do this, then I feel like it could be how he did that. Go ahead. Sorry. Who spoke? Somebody was speaking. I'm sorry.
Diane?
Was that you, Diane?
Oh, no, I was listening.
Dylan? Maybe not. Okay. Very, yeah. There was no, it didn't bother him. And again, that's my thought is if you didn't do it, it's not going to bother you. Go ahead, Dylan. Can you hear me now? Okay. Are you on a delay, bud?
No, sorry, I don't think so.
It's coming in and out like. Maybe. You might be hearing me after the fact.
Sounds like a slight delay.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. Do me a favor, Dylan. Jump down and jump back in and see if it like levels up back out. You can use the
Hi,
same.
Dylan, by the way. Good to see you again.
Hey, Jesse.
But yeah, it was a hard watch for me. I got to be honest. I jumped in and out a few times. I didn't sit through the whole thing and I didn't raw dog the whole thing. And I did go through a few tissues through the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of who's responsible, the emotion from the families, assuming that this crime actually happened. I mean, the emotion from the families is something that what can you say about that?
Yeah.
It hits me, and I found it incredible that Brian's team of lawyers, I guess that's what they do for a living, so that's
right.
They should be. That's what they're professionals at doing that. But yeah, I can't sit there and go through that without reacting. I mean,
no, I was the same way. Like I said, I put sunglasses on at some point because I was having some emotions myself.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, and the insults were really easy for me to hear. That it was like, oh yeah, you're being, the Gonzalez family with their classless this and that. Oh yeah, whatever. That's no problem. I can take that. But when it really sounded heartfelt when it was the Kernodles,
yes,
Jeff in particular, and it's like, man, that got me feeling like a father, empathizing, and I think that's something that the Gonzalez family should take note of. Right? Is that
agreed?
People don't empathize with that kind of behavior, and we've never heard from Jeff before. We don't even, none of the true crime community even knows Jeff.
I covered an interview that him and Jasmine gave once, but that's all we've ever seen from him. And yeah, very true. The Laramies, I liked how they approached things. At the end of what he said, very good statements, and then said, we're not wasting any of our statements, comments on him. And they moved on. It was about their daughter, and that's 100% what it should be about. I get it. Okay. And I think Ben broke my heart in half, like he always did. The last interview he did about Maddie was horrible. I think Kara looked amazing, Xana's mother. And she did pretty good too. So everybody, and I expected the Gonzalez family to be the ones that were going to, sling it. I just did. I truly expected a lot more from Steve, to be honest with you. And I don't think Christy was able to speak as much as she probably wanted to. I will say though, I liked what Steve Jr. said after the fact at the press conference or the outside, the way he kind of threw Thompson under the bus. That I did like, truly did like that. So, yeah, that was a hard watch, Jess. It really was. I agree with that wholeheartedly. My camera was on and off more than normal, and I was wearing sunglasses for a reason. We're all parents in here. I think at least most of us. And when we watch stuff like this and we go through stuff like this, I think we feel it as parents as well. And we look at it as the thought of, unfortunately, what if? Nobody wants to deal with that. But that's why I do feel compassion for these families so heavily. Even the Gonzalez family, I do, because they're still victims. Okay. Do I agree with how they've approached things? Not always. No, not at all. But they're still victims, and they still have had a huge loss. And I attribute most of what they've done is just not being able to deal with things like that and not having the ability to handle it like you should. Okay. So that's how I feel about it.
I missed most of what Dylan said.
I didn't understand a lot of it. I mean, a lot of it was basically she talked about her loss of her friends, what was taken from her. And somebody made mention that there was a lot of my and I in what she said.
It sounded very performative to me, like well rehearsed, and
yeah.
I just was shocked that she was even there speaking.
I was too. I was very surprised to see her.
Has anybody seen Brian Mitten's latest thing? He's standing outside of a prison. Is that the intake, or is that actually prison?
That's him going inside the prison that Brian's going to.
Intake.
University of Idaho issues statement after Bryan Kohberger. Is that what I was supposed to be getting from you, Josie? Hold on a minute, guys. And thank you, Josie, I think. Yeah, Steve was definitely chill, and Olivia she put it out there. She definitely put it out there. The University of Idaho released a statement following the sentencing of Bryan Kohberger, who admitted to killing 4 university students. Let me see here. The sentencing of the man admitted to killing 4 young ambitious vandals in their off-campus apartment on November 13th. It marks the end of a drawn-out criminal case and brings some sense of justice to our vandal family. We will not forget the 4 we lost on the fateful day: Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. They live on in our collective memory and will forever be honored at the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial. We remember the families and friends, surviving roommates, and those deeply impacted by the sinister actions of one person. We hope healing can come with time. Am I looking at something besides that, Josie, or is that just what you wanted to show me, hon? On one hand, you want to see more done, but when you think about the family having to sit through a trial, that pain is drawn out even more. If their families are satisfied with this monster sentencing, then we should be too. Personally, I would rather see tax dollars going anywhere. Okay. My heart goes out to families who lost their loved ones. Yeah. Well, now we have a slew of victims here. Obviously, the victims of the families of the victims. I look at Brian's parents as victims as well. Truly. And yeah, there is an ABC link. Okay. Thank you, dear. We'll go back to that too then. Is it inside that link as well, Josie? Channel 4. Hold on, you guys. I'm looking for something here real quick. Yeah, Christy was actually kind of rough too. You'll be forgotten. A lot of them said stuff like that. Nobody cares about you. You will be forgotten.
You're a loser and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't see what that accomplishes, to be honest with you.
It makes them feel better at the moment, Jesse, I think is what it was. Truly.
Again, though, I mean, the judge isn't allowed to tell him he has to say anything because that's within his rights, but they can make him listen to that. I mean, I struggle with that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Josie, I found it. Josie wants us to check this out real quick, as do I. Let's see what we
Josie's got. On a vacation far away. You know, I like my girls a little bit older. Yeah, I should stick to commentary, I guess.
Oh, you're doing fine. All right, let's check this out, guys.
Lana does the same thing every time Josie comments, by the way.
A couple of different occasions there, Kira, where Bryan Kohberger would come into the courtroom and he would immediately sort of address his mother and his sister Amanda, who were sitting right in the front. And that was often a greeting with a smile. The second time after break, he came back in, tried to address his mother again, sort of mouthed some kind of greeting. But then at the end, when it was all over, when he had been sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, he was, sort of being scrambled around to get out of the courtroom, addressing his lawyers, and it was as if he was trying to, communicate with his mother in that moment. There was this other striking difference that stood out to me as well, Kira, as they were going through the sentencing, as Bill Thompson was showing the photos of each of the victims, people started crying. The people in the courtroom were sobbing. And I noticed that Bryan Kohberger's sister, Amanda, started to sink lower and lower in her chair.
And when I looked over, I saw Kaylee Gonzalez's sister, Olivia, who gave a fiery rebuke of Bryan Kohberger. As Bryan Kohberger's sister sank lower, Olivia sat straighter. Her spine was straight. It was like she was growing in strength and confidence throughout that moment. It was startling. It was shocking. The Gonzalez family here is coming out. And do you guys want to come on? I'm on live TV right now. Do you want to come talk?
Sure.
It's been a busy day. We've really come to know each other over these last years. I'm live on. Yeah. Do you want to join? Sure. Thank you for being here with me. We've talked a little bit about how you guys are learning a lot of information that you didn't know. I was a bit surprised by that, given how much you have invested in finding out the truth. You've had private investigators working with you. You have been diligent, as your kids have been diligent. Is there anything that you want us to know moving forward in terms of this recent meeting that you had that revealed some information to you?
Honestly, I think that I don't know if it's going to be helpful, but it just America needs to hear it, that the details are far more horrific than anybody ever imagined. Far more horrific.
And you know Kaylee was a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what the rumors about him treating female students differently, those were all confirmed.
And female cohort?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and he was under investigation. That's all true. He wasn't fired. They said his funding was pulled, which is almost equivalent to being fired because you can't remain in the program without the funding. But this guy was arrogant. He thought women were beneath him. So I thought it was fitting that Olivia just chopped him up in pieces.
She sure did.
Yeah, to say that his defense team was women.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And the idea that had he not approached them in their sleep.
What does that mean?
The Kaylee. Kaylee would have stood up.
Yep.
Yep. And she came up next, and I made eye contact with him, and he was enraged. He was just enraged. So, mission accomplished. We can move on now. We said what we needed to say, and hopefully, people understand where we came from. And
I'm sorry, but Bryan Kohberger's demeanor did not change from the moment that the first person spoke to the moment that the last person spoke. So whatever. I mean, he can believe this if it makes him feel better. Maybe that's what it does. That's fine.
In addition to that, the character references that they're all building off of are from recent people at Washington State University. They don't talk to anybody further back in his life. If you talk to Catherine Ramsland, she said he was a delightful young man. Most of the people from his hometown have pretty positive things to say about him.
Yep.
And really, the worst things that people say come from people that don't even know him or have very limited exposure to him.
Yes.
And they haven't bothered to dig any, either they haven't bothered or they did and they didn't want to report what they found.
Good point. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's some of these statements are a little out there, I'll have to say.
Stay back on the property, and things will get back to normal.
Moving on, though, you and I were just texting about how it's never really over.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, it's there's a sense that we can put behind us, and it's been a big piece that we haven't been able to put behind us for so long. So that big piece, him getting shipped off to prison, but with that did come a new can of open worms with the new stuff that we learned from the investigators. That is definitely going to take some time to process.
We'll be here when you want to talk about that, but take the time to process that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What they told you in the presser. I think it's great for us.
Yeah, we were just discussing here a little bit about what you learned from this meeting, and I brought up what Olivia said. She said she asked a number of very fiery questions directly to the defendant, to the convicted. And one of them was, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? And you said that it was much more horrific than we could imagine. But is there anything we know about that? And was Kaylee the only one to your knowledge?
Yes. Yeah, they said that the marks that she had was unique just to her. The other victims did not have that same striping marking pattern. So, yeah.
There it is right there. Two people Got two separate weapons. That is exactly what that tells me. I'll be damned. Wow. Wow.
They did confirm that. But they also
Striking
confirmed,
mark pattern.
yeah, she had marks on her mouth. Another thing that I found was interesting was she was stabbed over 30 times, but there was somebody who was stabbed more. We don't know who that is, but
34 times.
Yeah. So
Kaylee was stabbed 34 times.
It was probably Xana because Xana's the one that had all the defensive markings on her hands and everything. So I'm gonna guess that it was Xana. In my opinion, of course.
And there was someone else who was stabbed more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just said, was Kaylee like the most because it seemed so excessive, and they said no. And that was all they said.
So that other family, well, if they want to share it, they can. If they want to keep it to their own, they can. We feel when people hear how atrocious this behavior is, it helps expose him, and the more that he can be exposed, the better it is for us. So
It's not easy to talk about these details of our daughter, you know, and I could see why a lot of families want to keep this private. I want to keep them private, but then on the other hand, I'm like, no, people need to know, like,
Quite the picture, that one there.
the monstrosity of this, like literally, like, yeah, like.
What'd you say, Jesse?
Just that picture doesn't really look like Kaylee, and
no, it's definitely a different picture of what I'm used to seeing.
It looks a little provocative. I mean, it looks like an advertisement almost.
It could be. It could be. Yeah, it looks kind of like a nightgown or some sort of something, maybe. It looks like there's happy birthday something in the background too. I can't really tell, but yeah, it does look like it could be. I don't know. Ladies, I don't wear these things, but that looks like maybe a neck lingerie, maybe. I don't know.
Definitely I don't know if we've been banned from talking about it, but I mean, the Gonsalves women, all three of them really, their weight has fluctuated an awful lot and their appearance has changed an awful lot. All three of them, really.
Yeah, well, like I said, the first time we met Olivia, she was pregnant and she had another baby back to back, I believe. So she stayed in the pregnancy mode. I think she's lost her baby weight. She looks healthy in that sense, or maybe a little underweight per se. And stress does that to people. I definitely think that Christy has probably lost weight due to stress. I don't care about any of that stuff, but yes, they do definitely look different. I don't know if it probably has to do, especially with everything that's gone on around the case, in my opinion, is stress. You know, a lot of different stressors for different reasons. Yeah, we did see the heart on the desk in front of Kohberger. Josie caught a close-up of that. I seen it through the whole trial, and I was just kind of trying to figure out what it was and how it was there or why it was there. I don't know. Is it a tube top? I can't tell you guys. It looks like there's straps over here, like spaghetti straps, and the material looked like it was like real thin or something. I don't know anything about women's clothes.
But she just looks that's the point I was getting at with Olivia and Christy, is she looks way thinner in the face and the cheekbones, the lips. She looks like a thin woman there.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Most of the other pictures I've seen of her, she looks more
younger, childlike. Yeah.
Thicker, you know, like not
right.
You wouldn't call her thin, let's say.
No, I understand. Right. Yeah, that. No,
well,
that
it says
right
Kaylee Gonsalves right on the picture.
That's not Maddie. That's Kaylee. That's absolutely Kaylee, Alex.
Well, I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, is this guy doesn't even think it's Kaylee because it doesn't really look like Kaylee.
That's definitely a different picture than I've ever seen of her, because the pictures, she has a whole different facial like look to her, I guess. So yeah, that is noticeable when they seem to lose weight, their facial features change a lot. Makes them look a lot less like who we see from the beginning. So yeah, again, it doesn't matter to me, but yeah, that picture I have questions about why it was there. I just, you don't expect to see something like that. I don't know if you noticed the picture on Brian's desk. the table he was sitting at that was in front of him, there was a pen. Looked like he was maybe doodling and drew something. I
didn't
saw.
see anything like that.
I'll show it to you once we get through this here. Hang on.
Yeah.
The judge called him a coward who slithered into 1122 King Road.
Yeah, that's very accurate too. Yeah,
It's accurate. I think that he could have found some better words, but I'll take it.
Take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming on to talk with me. Thank you very much. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you guys here. Thank you, Stephen Christie. I'll move back over here. And Kira, forgive me, I'm having some technical difficulties, so I'll put my IFB back in here. But yeah, so again, you just heard there, that's really new information, Kira, from Stephen Christie Gonzalez, that their daughter, we now know, was stabbed 34 times that night, and that someone else was stabbed more. That gives you an idea of the brutality of this murder scene, Kira.
These people are kind of sick. These people that do this for a living, these sticking microphones in your face, and right when you're walking right behind them, breaking news: Kaylee Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times while her dad just walks behind me, and I don't give a fuck because I got the story.
Yep, and they ask the questions that they probably shouldn't. That's their whole job. It is. I couldn't do it. Nope.
Part of the reason probably why mainstream media is dying and more people watch Joe Rogan than they watch CNN.
I can agree. Definitely, I can agree. Let me see.
The question I have is, how could the trial have possibly proceeded after this book came out? And I mean, if Bryan had not have accepted this plea and the trial was supposed to go forward and all this reporting coming out of this book, how could we even have a trial?
I mean, it wouldn't have been any bit of a trial. I mean, that at that point, everything's there. It's all out. That was the last hit piece, I guess we could call it.
Well, I saw an interview with Vicky Ward, and she said that the secret to her success is you have to have good people on the ground when you arrive. You have to arrange it weeks and months before you get there. And the guy that she arranged in Moscow was a guy straight out of the Moscow Police Department,
Her handler.
psychologist, her handler.
Yeah.
And the first thing that he did is take her to meet Chief Fry.
Mm-hmm.
So Vicky Ward had a handler from the Moscow Police Department. She went straight to meet Chief. And what about the gag order? What is Chief? Why is she meeting with Chief Fry? Chief Fry should be declining meetings from somebody writing a book, right?
Yes,
Should
sir.
he not?
That's right. If there's a gag order in effect, you should not be talking about these things. I'm sorry.
I mean, he should just be saying, "I'm sorry, I cannot meet with you."
Yes, 100%.
That's it, right?
But there's money involved, Jesse. You know that, right? There was money handed out, in my opinion, to these people for their testimony to be able to write the book. That's where.
So they paint themselves as investigative journalists, and then they only really follow the leads that they're directed to by their police handlers.
Right.
And not only that, Vicky Ward, she really rubbed me the wrong way. Her demeanor just stunk of privilege, like a wealthy woman.
I'm better than you.
Just from New York City, probably not even American. I don't, and I obviously I can't hold that against anybody because I'm not American.
No, she was British.
But with a British accent, wealthy, from privilege, from money. And then she speaks glowingly of Stacey Chapin because Stacey Chapin also privileged, white, blonde, sorority girl, money. She identifies with Stacey Chapin, looks down on the Gonsalveses and the Kernodles, doesn't even really have the time to speak to those mere peasants. Was the feeling that I got from listening to her speak.
Well, and she was given perfect, like absolute misinformation, Jesse. She was telling lies.
Well, how could she possibly get anything but lies?
Right.
When those are her sources, right? I mean, maybe I'm a little bit naive, but I thought an investigative journalist, if you're approaching this case, has to go into it thinking, well, there's some controversy here. Not everybody's really buying the whole narrative coming from the cops. So I got to be investigating the police as well as the, you know, the witnesses and the surround people in the community, not arriving and getting led on a leash by the police.
Right.
That's not
Right.
there's nothing investigative journalism about that. That's propaganda. And the book clearly, well, I mean, it's self-admitted. She tells on herself in that interview that I saw
Yes.
that the book is straight up propaganda. It was never meant to be anything other than propaganda. We went straight to the cops. We published everything they told us, and that's just what we did.
Well, that's what it's a nonfiction book, or I'm sorry, it's a fiction book. It's absolutely fiction. It's a fictional story. There may be spits and spricks and spracks of truth in there somewhere, but it's a fiction book. Hey, Willie, what's up, bud?
Hey, Willie. And another problem I have, though, is they bring in people like Emily and Ava and all these just randoms that are just from the neighborhood, and they take their testimony and print it out as it's gospel, right? I mean, if Ava said this, it's gospel. If Emily said this, it's gospel.
Right.
What about Dave and WSU Kim? I mean,
well, it goes against the narrative, bud. So they're not going to say that it's gospel. Then you know that.
Well, if I understand that, but I will say, if you want to do investigative, even if you want to do just good propaganda, even if you want to do good propaganda, you should try to debunk the people that are saying opposite things. And Dave and WSU Kim are out there saying these things, and if you don't want to include them, or if you don't want to go down that road, you should at least try to debunk it. In my opinion.
Sure, agreed. So that's what was sitting in front of Bryan the whole time. It was something he brought with him. From what everybody said, they watched him walk in with it. It looks like some kind of a drawing that was done.
Looks like it's from some crazy bitch.
It could be. It could have been. Who knows? Could have been something somebody handed off to him to give this to him. It could be from his sister, though. Who knows? It could be from a family member. Can you give this to Bryan, please? Something like that, or something that he brought with him. Yes, Michael. We had 3 police officers ambushed, shot, I believe, and killed here in Lorain, like about 15 minutes from me. And there was a manhunt for whoever did it, I guess. So that just happened during the.
First, they had nothing.
So, and again, yeah, it is definitely all. The book is all propaganda, but that's the thing. How did all these things get released? Even nobody knew Bryan was going to do a plea deal. Okay, nobody knew that until it happened. That was claimed. So, and there's a couple topics I want to touch on since we're all talking here real quick. Nobody knew that. And there's Scott Green's book was released, what, last year? Okay. We have the Nightline, which came out 2 years ago. That's the one that Daniel from Drunk Turkey was on. We have Dateline. We have Prime Video Series. All of these things all came out before a trial or a deal was reached. All of those things should have been like illegal per se to me, because it's all jury tainting. It's every bit of it's jury tainting.
In the end, the gag orders seemed to only gag evidence that was favorable to Bryan Kohberger. Any evidence against Bryan Kohberger seems to be fair game.
Yes.
It's leaked. It's on national television. It's in books.
Howard Blum, his book too, or Bloom. Yeah, I forgot him. Sorry, but yeah, you're right. It's all propaganda. What'd you say, Willie?
No, as soon as I come up here, I just saw Annie was calling me. I said, "Damn it, Annie! I hope she comes in here."
She should. I love that.
I'll text her and be like, "Come to David."
The one big thing that I want to talk about real quick is what we got in the press conference from the 2 investigating officers, the lead detectives on this case, where somebody asked them about Maddie or the target. And they're going back to now telling us that the house was the fucking target. The house. Are you kidding me? They don't know who the target was. It was the house. They said his words were the house was chosen for whatever reason we don't know. Are you serious? If that's not the biggest load of bullshit, they don't have anything.
So why did Bryan plea?
Nobody knows, Willie. I don't even care anymore. I don't know I don't even that
I
right
mean, they
there.
literally gave him. I mean, they literally gave him the floor, and he says, "I respect." What did he say? I respectfully decline, or something.
I think he was told to say that. That's my opinion. But
Jesus, by who?
I don't know.
What? Why? At that point, why are you listening to anybody but yourself, dude?
Because I don't think I still think that there's reason for this. I think they're trying to jump out of this court level and get to the Supreme Court to do this right here to prove all the
Here's what I think.
misconduct bullshit.
I think he's a pussy, dude. That's what I think. I think he's a flat out pussy because he could still do all that and stand up for himself and say, you know what, the system is going against me, which is why I'm making this plea. Anything, dude. I mean, literally, the whole world was watching. Everybody, every single MSM was going live, but everybody was watching. If there was a time to tell the world, like, it was then. And he respectfully declined.
He could have just said, "I
Annie.
am not a murderer." And
Yes.
then mic drop, and that's it.
He could have said anything. He could have said anything. Agreed.
Would that have nullified the? I mean, wouldn't they have just ignored
Yes.
that if he just said, "I am not a murderer," mic drop?
I don't know if he didn't say
Nobody
anything
would have
because he
cared,
doesn't
right?
plan on appeal. If that's the Hitler said right there, he can appeal. Maybe that's why he's being quiet because he plans on appealing. I don't know, you guys. I don't know that stuff, but
I certainly think that would help his public, the PR battle.
He could have definitely denied any.
But he don't care about it. Like, he don't care about the PR. He don't care about leveraging the public. He never cared about that. He was complacent with whatever the hell they gave him, which was Ann Taylor. So
and he said because they would have crucified him if he said that, and I can see how.
no, they wouldn't. Who would? Who's crucifying? Who gives a shit at this point? You're going to jail for the rest of your life. Open your mouth. I don't even know how people are defending this shit. The fact that he didn't say a goddamn word. People are gonna have the balls to sit here and say, "Oh, he didn't do it." Come on, man. How can we say that?
Then believe that he fucking did it. I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, he didn't do it the way he didn't do it the way that they're telling him he did it, which is a bunch of. That's what pisses me off. He's pleading to some. Fine, plead to it, but don't plead to this delusion of 6 minutes and multiple. I mean, what's her name said that her sister was struck with multiple fucking weapons. So that means
at least 2, yeah.
So somebody told him that.
Well, and Kaylee was stabbed 34 times, but somebody else was stabbed more. That's an awful lot of fucking stabbing.
Well, here's the thing, though.
8 minutes or whatever.
Why? My biggest thing
with
if
no
that's
blood.
True, 2 weapons, at least 2 weapons. I'm going with 2 people at least. Okay, 1 person for 1 weapon, 1 person for the other. Brian, there's no way in hell the dude had 2 weapons going at one time, like some kind of a ninja. So why is he not talking about a secondary person if he was there?
Exactly. And what that just tells me is Brian doesn't know who the secondary person is. I'm sure Brian would give up somebody to be with his family again. Like I said, he's not this hardened criminal, dude.
He doesn't know because he wasn't there. That's all I can gather at that point.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to know who it is.
That's why he doesn't even know where this clothing is that they want him to. He probably doesn't know because he wasn't wearing it.
There's no weapon. He can't give up a weapon because he wasn't there to use it. He can't give up the clothing because he wasn't there to wear it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand is. And Ann knows all this. So what is the goal here?
Exactly. Who the hell are they protecting, and what is the motive to protect this either individual or individuals? Are they law enforcement? Are they why? Who the hell is this important person that you care so much to protect and screw the victims out of full justice for their family? I don't know, man. That's just sickening.
It doesn't make sense. There has to be some form of a goal, whether it's he has 42 days to make this appeal. And within 42 days, if he doesn't make an appeal, that's going to tell me, I'm sorry to say this, okay? And you guys can get angry with me. I'll never be comfortable with the fact that Bryan Kohberger did this, okay? And until you show me some kind of physical proof. Alone, of course, yeah. Show me that he did this by himself, all alone. Okay, then we'll talk about that.
Yep.
But after the 42 days, if the guy doesn't say something, if something doesn't happen, if there's no appeal filed, I have no other choice but to accept that he did it. That's it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I can't fight for somebody, dude, that's not going to fight for themselves. Plus, even if, God forbid down the road, he's awarded a trial or something like that, like he doesn't even it seems like he didn't even want to go to trial. So what,
Go ahead.
what is he really going to, like, why would he even fight the system if they're just going to give him a trial when it seems like he doesn't even want to go to trial? I mean, if it wasn't his counsel that was the problem, then what's going to change in the future that all of a sudden he's going to want to go to trial? So I don't know.
It's
There's
coming
still
out to be
questions.
almost like a suicide mission. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Like it's like he kind of found some kind of peace in jail or whatever, but he's going to prison. So it's like you're going to a completely different ballgame, dude. But you can get stabbed at any time, piss thrown at you, like, I mean, they can pop your cell whenever they want if you piss off a CO or they think that it's just, I wouldn't take that chance, dude. Whatever. It's not my life. I'm not in this position, so I'm just saying what I would do. At least,
Keep
I'd at
talking,
least
guys.
be
Give me
shaking
1
my
minute. I'll be
head.
right back.
I'd at least be shaking my head when the families are like, saying all this shit to me and putting me down. I'd just be shaking my head like, I didn't do this shit, but you can keep going. He just sat there and took it.
Since he pled guilty, I've been pivoting to Bryan's guilt does not explain everybody else's behavior. So all the questionable behavior around this case, from the roommate, from the witnesses, from everybody,
And Dylan's balls to get up there.
None of it's explained by.
Who the fuck is she to get up there and start crying? Like,
holy fuck! I was shocked. And
I was pissed.
Shocked. And actually, a lot of the people that came up and spoke, I was shocked that they were so articulate, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I feel like some of them,
you've listened to these people in interviews, right? A lot of the people in this case don't strike me as the most sophisticated among us.
No, and that's not what Steve wanted to say, in my opinion.
Some of them might have been in college or whatever else, but they're not particularly well spoken. But in their victim impact statements, it all seemed very well rehearsed and choreographed. It was almost like Eddie said, it was rehearsed and I don't know. I just don't know. It seemed a little bit too Hollywood for me.
Yeah. To me, it's just like, dude, you have all this working against you. You have a trial coming up. Yeah. You have a shot in hell here. And it's just like, you throw it all away for the death penalty coming off the table, which would have had to been voted on anyway by the jury. So it's not like it was automatic. So he got just such a bad fucking deal. Bad plan, bad whatever. Instead of just fighting it at trial and laying all your cards out.
It's really hard to make an argument for his innocence right now because
if
he truly didn't do it, give us some kind of a sign or something.
Say something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's guilty ass people all the time that are sentenced that scream that they didn't do it. You know what I mean? If you really didn't do this and you're just gonna take this 4 consecutive life sentences, fuck that. No way. That gives nothing for the public to show that you have any fight or that you might not have done this. You just kind of sure, yep. I have nothing to say. Have a good day.
It's very difficult to accept. It really is. It's. I'm not the guy that's out there saying this is a psyop.
Yeah.
But I can see why people say that though, because it's just really hard to wrap your head around any logical explanation for why things ended up this way, how they ended up this way, and how convinced so many people are, and the families and everything. Like, how could nobody be?
And it's literally common sense, dude. Like multiple weapons. I mean, come on. How do you not put 2 and 2 together and get fucking 4?
Well, and the mainstream media likes to paint us with really negative brush, and they say, "Oh,
that's fine." We're just using common sense, though.
Losers, right? But Steve Gonsalves has aligned himself with Gray Hughes, Daniel from Drunk Turkey, and JLR. So it's not that the people that do what we do are, you know, aren't credible and that we don't have any authority. He's just chosen who he wants to align himself with, right? What makes him find Daniel any more credible than anybody else, or JLR is a convicted felon, right? Ex-con.
I guess.
How could anybody view JLR as more reputable than any other true crime channel? I don't know.
Not even less, in my opinion. That's the picture, Candy, that hasn't been changed. That's what I was seeing throughout the whole court hearing. Go ahead, Willie.
He was talking about JLR.
Yeah, JLR is probably one of the least reputable, in my opinion, based on his past and the things he's said and done. I wouldn't trust him to walk my dog. So
I can't stand watching him. I'm just glad I don't get any notification anymore about him going. I must have done something to where like he doesn't pop up anymore at all. So I'm grateful.
I took him.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that Steve has dipped his toes into our
Everywhere.
world.
Yeah.
And then said we're bad guys because we're wrong.
Yeah. But he's asking the same questions.
But I mean, why, how could he be so sure that Daniel and JLR and Gray Hughes are right and we're wrong? I mean, it's not, I mean, do they have a track record of being right about everything? Weren't they all like,
no, it's just, you know,
weren't they all on the wrong side of the Karen Reed trial?
Yeah.
Of course.
And yeah, real quick, Violet, Dago speaking when Hitler said BK had 42 days, blah, blah, blah. So Hitler said he filed. What he's meaning is it goes against, it's in direct violation of his plea deal. That's all it meant, which means nothing because it will violate the plea deal. Sure. Does that mean they can throw the death penalty back on the table? I don't know, but I don't think so. He still has that appeal right. Like I said, guys, he can file an appeal within 42 days.
But now what did that appeal do then? Like what?
It'll take him to a different court system. That appeal will have to take him up to the Supreme Court, which is what I think the goal might be, Willie, that they're trying to get the hell out of this level here to get away from this whole thing and go up one to the Supreme Court systems and possibly bring to the table the misconduct that went on through this whole trial and then possibly have it thrown. I don't know, but it could possibly admonish the whole everything if they can do it, if they do it the right way. That's what I think this goal could.
How many appeals does he have?
I don't know. I know this for sure. He has the I think 3, the ability to go up above 3 different times with this type of appeal. I think I'm going to have to look at it. I have to look it up, but standing silent again and so on and so forth, I do believe helps with that process. Not saying a word will help with that process, and it fast tracks it to the appeal process as compared to if he were to go to trial, be convicted, give him the death penalty, and then he goes for his appeal process. He's still got to wait and wait and wait and wait, and it takes forever to get through that. This takes you directly into appeals. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. That could be the goal. What this whole thing was. It could be that they said we can't get you anywhere else, Brian. We've done everything. He's denying everything. There's nothing else we can do for you. If you don't do this, then you're gonna have to. They're gonna, the death penalty. So let's go this route and see what happens. Maybe. But maybe they have the ability to say, hey, if we get this in the Supreme Court, we can prove that you're innocent. We'll be able to give them the information that proves that you're innocent. And maybe that's the deal. I don't know. It makes a little sense. A little, not a lot, a little. Because not much in this case makes any sense. Just saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. That's fucking crazy.
It is a big mess. Big mess. He waived the state level appeals, not Supreme Court. Also, right, exactly, Heather. Also, the Idaho Supreme Court says it's not constitutional to waive appeals in plea. See? So no plea does not mean no plea. 100%. Thank you, ma'am. It should be interesting. I do believe, and I've felt probably for a week or so now, that this might be going to Supreme Court stuff. That's what my thought has been. That's why I've kind of relaxed a little bit with it. Not to mention, once again, we are shown the fact that they didn't have a case. If you watch the interviews in the press conference, law enforcement had nothing. Not to mention that the state had nothing. Nobody had anything against Bryan Kohberger. They said there was absolutely zero connection. they wished they could have found a social media connection. There was nothing. Zero connection between him and the victims. How does that make any sense if he did this?
It just really pisses me off that they're losing the battle of public relations in the mainstream media. The stuff that we're talking about isn't getting out there in mainstream media.
Hell no.
And when you compare it to the Karen Reed case, and I recently
Exactly.
listened to the Turtle Boy. Willie, did you see Turtle Boy interview
Yes,
Alan
but
Jackson?
but now you see the difference between paid counsel and somebody working for the state.
I mean, when you listen to Alan Jackson talk, and
Yeah.
Turtle Boy said, "Yeah." Turtle Boy says Karen blurted out, and Alan Jackson corrects him and says, "Listen, Turtle Boy, we didn't blurt anything out. Anything that came from our camp was curated. It was put out there with a purpose." You know, and whether he was just bragging to hear himself brag doesn't really matter. He got the results. It's hard to question that guy. I mean, but that's what I think Bryan needs, and I think that's what. And Anne is like the opposite of that. She's getting just slaughtered in the court of public opinion, and she's doing nothing to combat that. And that's where I have a problem with it.
Oh yeah, not coming out and saying one word.
Letting
Wow.
Bicca answer in the plea hearing, and then
I defer.
And then she was back here. She was speaking in today's hearing, but what's going on? Like, is she his lawyer or is she not? And how dedicated is she? She's no Alan Jackson. Let's put it that way.
Hell no.
There is no.
Everybody thought.
And I've heard people say that it wouldn't make a difference. I have to disagree with that. I think a high, you know, the lawyers that I respect, that I've talked to, have expressed doubt about this case because of lack of evidence, and that's would be like Andrea Burkhart, Mark Garagos, and we're talking some pretty big. Burkhart might, you know, she's quite popular on the.
Andrew D. Myers is a lawyer too. He
Andrew
thinks
D. Myers,
it's fucked up.
very much so. But Garagos, I mean, he's big time, right? He's on TMZ. He's a mainstream
I like him.
guy.
I think he's great.
He's basically just said, yeah, you could call him every name in the book, but there's no evidence.
Right.
And he's right.
Yeah.
You know, and I think
Myers was in here last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
He's been in here actually a couple times, I believe.
Yeah, they all thought this is suspicious. It's just, I don't know, man.
I mean,
if there's no evidence on you, then like then what all changed? Like what all shifted from
whatever
gun ho to trial, and then all of a sudden put the brakes on plea? If
as of the 18th,
there isn't,
there was. I got to be honest with you, dude. I think when everything was denied, I think she hit a wall. Okay. I think she hit a wall. And
but why? But then just do exactly what Karen Reed did in the second trial. Just dump the reasonable doubt on him.
Eddie just asked me a question. I'd like to answer him.
Go ahead.
Because he asked me, like, what could she have done differently? And I'm going to pick up right where Willie, I think, was going. Is I think the turning point was with the Cy Ray and Cy Ray getting called a conspiracy theorist. I think that was right around there. Like we were at a point where there was still a ton of doubt, even in the, not really the mainstream media, but a lot of people could see doubt. And when nothing happened after that, I mean, we still don't even know. Does anybody even know? Did she talk to Nick Balance?
Nope.
Has Cy Ray even commented since? Like, we've got nothing.
Please no.
And I think at that point, if not well before, but by that point, Anne should have known that this is a trial being tried in the media, despite the gag order. The prosecution is using the gag order as a strategy. They're leaking what they want, withholding anything else, and they're using it to their advantage. And what did Anne do to counter that? I don't see that she did anything.
Right.
I mean,
you're
she
right.
almost acted like she didn't even recognize what was happening.
Exactly.
Maybe she saw once that went down and realized that the judge isn't even going to falter to an expert saying there's corruption here and he called him a conspiracy theory. That's when everything starts to roll downhill a little bit, and she's not getting anything like the continuance was denied.
But like, doesn't she do her homework? Like before you ask for the trial to be moved, don't you kind of fucking get a feel of like who the judge is that's going to preside over the case, and then
she doesn't get to pick that, Willie. That's
I understand that, but you kind of have somewhat of an idea, right? Like I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it's kind of like a lottery type thing.
Yeah, but how many judges are there?
That I have no idea.
Because I mean, it has to be a process of elimination. I mean, if you have 6 judges, 4 of them never even touched a case anywhere near like this, then you're probably looking at the other 2. I don't know. It's just.
It kind of feels to me like she threw in the white flag after Hitler called Syre a conspiracy theorist. I mean, every move she's made since that point feels weak. I haven't seen any pushback. And I want to believe, and Twizzle Stick assures me that she's playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to see it, but where's the fucking evidence? Because right now he just got fucking sentenced. What the fuck's going on? Like where? I mean,
what else?
I understand there's a fucking appeal and shit, but he could appeal 3 times and they could shoot it down all 3 times, and then where are we?
Well, that's true, but like I said, I feel like to counter or go on with what you're saying is I feel like she might have hit a wall. Like you said, Hitler was dogged down, the continuance is denied, the alternate suspects is denied, and at some point, what else could she do? And probably felt like no matter what I do, they're taking this down.
But if you guys are just telling me they had absolutely that they really had nothing, what the hell is she asking for a continuance for?
Because so she could go through her shit to find more.
Shit, how fucking long?
To prove what she had. Yeah, but
then bitch about a trial by ambush. Why is there a fucking plea? Ask the judge to recuse himself. Something.
No idea. Hey,
you know what I mean? Like I'm telling my lawyer, do everything, you exhaust every option other than me pleading before I fucking, you know what I mean? Like before I plead. I didn't see her ask judge to recuse himself. I didn't see a hearing on that.
Did you hear me, Annie? Can you hear me, Annie?
Oh, hi. I was just waiting for Willie to end his rant.
Sorry. I didn't mean to not welcome you so soon. Welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
I didn't even know you were down there.
Hello, fellas.
What up?
How are you?
Can you hear me okay? I'm in my car, so I hope you can hear me all right.
You always sound fine. You're great. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Cool. So, yeah, today was a very interesting day. I do think that it's really, really interesting that Bill in the press conference made it a point to let the media know that, or I'm sorry, it was Steve. Sorry, it was the Gonsalves family. Made it a point to let everybody know that after the president of the United States made his little post, all of a sudden the prosecution and the lead detectives are calling up the Gonsalves family and staying on the phone with them for 3+ hours, explaining everything in detail, including that their daughter was stabbed over 30 times and beaten and multiple weapons.
2 different weapons.
My question is, okay. I needed explained how it happened in 6 minutes or less then.
It did not. And you know it didn't. Not by one person, Annie, and you know that.
And he cleaned up.
And now that he's been sent to prison, now it's okay to tell us that, of course. Now we know they're not going to be looking for any other. We know there's another person, at least one other person, okay? And they're not looking for him.
Because they knew if they told the family, dude, that there was multiple weapons fucking prior to this, and they would come out and they were, talking about it. Yes. Oh my God, dude.
Absolutely.
So right there just shows that they're little fucking schemers.
Not to mention, Annie, did you hear the rest of that in the press conference between the 2 investigators? Little rinky-dink guy there and what's his name? Burroughs. No, not Burroughs. Jesus Christ. I forgot. I lost his name. Forget it. How
Grover.
That's it. Thank you. There was no target.
Or Gilbertson. Are you talking about Payne and Gilbertson or?
Yeah, Payne and Gilbertson. I'm sorry. When they were standing there talking, how all of a sudden now we go back to the fact that the house is the target. No, there's no. They don't know who the target was. It's the house.
Yeah, what the
Well, I
fuck is
did
that?
find it interesting that, so based on the press conference, according to the investigators, no motive, no connection, no weapons,
right,
no clothes,
right,
no evidence that actually leads them to believe he is connected to them in any way, shape, or form
nothing at
other
all.
than the sheet. Which
Absolutely.
they can say, yes, the sheet itself is a key piece of evidence. But even that investigator said trace DNA from the sheet.
He did
So
clearly say
trace
that. Yes.
DNA, right, and trace DNA on a movable object is not as strong as they like to portray it to be in their little press conference. It's just not.
Nope. So they proved, folks, proven from their mouths. And he even said, we hoped and wished that there was a social media connection. And then turned around and said there was absolutely no connection we could find between him and these victims.
That can be true. I read it in the James Patterson book. It has to be true. There was a connection.
Right.
I saw it on multiple TV reports. I mean, how could that not be true?
Of course, Chesney. Of course. Go ahead, Annie.
There's just there's a lot of like I don't know. There's just, it is what it is. There's a lot of things that they said today that just, in my opinion, don't add up. Like even when they're talking about IGG in that press conference, right? If the IGG is no problem, and what you did with it is no problem at all, it's usable in court, it's above board, it didn't violate rights. Why wasn't it in your fucking probable cause affidavit then?
Thank you. Bingo.
Why didn't you want to use it in court? Why isn't it your key piece of evidence with the fucking sheet?
Why can't we let Cy talk about it then? Why can't that be brought out?
Well, Cy wasn't going to talk about the sheet anyway.
No. I mean the IGG, or not the IGG.
So there's no way the state would have won their case, bro.
Cy,
If this would have the
Cy
trial.
wasn't going to talk about IGG,
No,
but the
that's
point
crazy.
that I'm getting at is the way that the state portrays this whole IGG thing, okay, is that it's no big deal, not a problem. Law enforcement uses it all the time, these techniques. This guy who got up and spoke for the FBI, Grover, whatever his name is, he's making it sound like this is like, groundbreaking technology that solved this case. And if that were true, why didn't you include it as a key piece of your evidence then? Why was it agreed that it's not going to be used or talked about?
Right. And real quick, folks, I'm not as dumb as I just sounded. I keep getting in my head because of my ADHD, the IGG and the cast shit flip around for some reason.
Yeah, it's fine. I knew what you meant.
Sorry about that. But anyway, yeah, she's right, guys. So here's the point that I'm making real quick. After all of this, at the end of this man was just sent to prison. I'm sorry to tell you, but I have even fucking more questions now and more reason to believe that he had nothing to do with this than I did before. Okay? After hearing the actual investigators on that investigated this, say what they just said. The stupid ass prosecutor himself said these things. They're telling on themselves. Okay? They're telling on.
So why is Bryan fleeing?
Willie, if I could stand on my head right now and give you an answer.
I understand the whole getting it to the higher courts, but that's a gamble that, like I said, if they shoot down, if the higher court shoots them down, which they do basically most of the time, then where does that leave him as far as his options?
I don't know. If they bring what I think they could bring to the table for the Supreme Court, I don't think they would have a choice but to not shoot him down. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole lot of bullshit, guys, and a whole lot of illegal bullshit.
But who's going to bring it to the? But who's going to be the one? Who?
Wouldn't it have been more apparent
Is it
how much bullshit it is if it actually had went to trial? If we had to go through a trial, the bullshit would have been aired out more.
Thank you, sir.
The plea sort of hides the bullshit, doesn't it?
The investigators at the press conference made it clear this spared them from having to rehash or go over what they did. Period. It is what it is. This plea made it so the state never has to prove their case. The feds never have to show their work. Neither does the state and neither do the investigators.
Right. And none of that would have to come out. None of the bullshit would have to be shown. The mistakes that were made, the lies that were, none of that. Okay.
And that's
And
why I won't be swayed that this was, better for Bryan than going to trial. I'm sorry.
What I think maybe, and this is a maybe, because I'm just thinking maybe she thought that she didn't have a chance trying to bring this stuff forth in the trial, that it was going to go against her no matter what.
But then she should have stood up and said that then, instead of letting her, client just go down like this in flames. That's all.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, isn't that
on
her
another
obligation?
note,
Maybe.
I mean, it is, but
yeah.
On another note, I gotta say, I've always tried to remain not commenting on the Gonsalves family, right? Because I know so many other people do. And I gotta tell you, Olivia, in my opinion, is straight gangster. Like, regardless of whether or not you think Bryan is innocent or guilty, the fact that this girl was like, you're going to sit up straight when I talk to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, she would have been all up in, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that she was like, had you not snuck in and attacked them in their sleep like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass, is amazing. Amazing, because I actually believe her on that. But the problem here is that when she says that, now, in my opinion, if the state is telling you that she has been stabbed over 30 times, beaten, and all of these gruesome details, and multiple weapons were used on her, in my opinion, she has defensive wounds. And I don't think, and I'm of the opinion she did fight back. I've always been of the opinion, not only did she fight back, but so did Xana, which is why they had very severe wounds compared to allegedly everyone else.
Yes.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, when Steve said that she wasn't even the worst, that there was somebody that was stabbed more, I automatically believed it was Xana, truly. So yeah.
I can't believe nobody spoke for Ethan.
This is what I mean. We're adding extra time that the offender would have needed to carry out the crime. Never mind, that would contradict being a.
Yeah, that adds another person one for sure, in my opinion. I think they have told us now that there is at least one other person involved in this. Okay, they've already told us for sure that there's another weapon.
But why did their demeanor change as soon as they got outside of the courtroom?
Whose? As
Why?
in who?
The whole Goncalves family. I mean, the whole time they're going on MSM saying, I mean, even today saying that, the prosecution this and this about, we were told over an email about the death penalty and yada yada yada. But yet they stand up and they only address Bryan. They don't address the prosecution. They don't address the judge.
I will say, like Steve Jr., even though he didn't speak in court, when they finally got outside and they were doing their little meet, like,
that's what
bro, he ripped the fuck out of Bill.
That's what I just said.
It is.
Yeah.
I wonder how long he's been investigating
Get up and fucking
Bill.
do it. Get up and do it in front of all the cameras. If it's an impact statement. Say how you feel.
I wish he would have got it on the court record, right?
Exactly.
I do wish he would have put it on the court record. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what people say to the media.
Maybe he worried that Hitler would have shut him down, so he wasn't.
Oh, what? No, well, hold on. I asked the question already because me and Annie had a conversation this morning. I asked, are they allowed to say whatever they want? And supposedly they're allowed to say anything they want, except like threats or whatever, except immediate threats or something.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that. I don't know.
So yeah. So they could have went off.
They get to say whatever they want. That's why Olivia said Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, yeah, that and what the other sister threw in there about getting the D or whatever the hell it was. That was
you're going to be getting some big D's. You may have gotten all A's on your papers, but you're about to be getting some big D's.
And how about fucking Santa crying? That was wild.
That was fake. Come on.
That was fake, dude. He hasn't cried in any hearing ever, and all of a sudden he's crying when the cameras are. Dude, oh my god, I want to throw up.
Now he's got to show his emotion now, and all the put on the good show. The whole script. I mean, it was all theatrics. I'm sorry.
It really was, dude.
Absolute theatrics.
The Oscar definitely goes to Dylan, though.
Yeah. Well,
bitch.
Listen, I got to tell you, I'm being it. Look. As a person who understands entirely what someone with severe PTSD acts like. Okay. After witnessing Dylan with my own eyes today, I have a different perspective on her now. I understand it's hard because of the documents and everything and the delay, but that girl, in my opinion, is severe PTSD. She has severe PTSD. She could barely
like I said, the
fucking
Oscar
hold
goes
it
to-
together.
Yeah.
So what do you think then, Annie, happened that night with her, with everything we
Oscar.
saw besides that?
I mean, I've always wondered, you know, I think even way back in the day before Kohberger was even mentioned, I had made a comment like, for all we know, these two girls were told, stay in your fucking room, and they just did what they were told. They followed orders. I mean, that's always been my opinion. Obviously, back then, I didn't think Bryan, because we didn't even know, like, Bryan's name then, but,
right.
you know, I don't know.
I'm not giving Dylan
whatever's
no fuck
going
with that.
on, like that
Fuck
girl,
that.
the fact
8
that
hours.
Bethany's statement,
Saw her
like the
dead friend
difference
on the
between
ground.
Bethany's statement and
My ass.
Dylan's when addressing Bryan. Just look at the difference in the two statements. Bethany didn't bother to show up. She
I don't
had
care.
Emily speak on her behalf.
Right.
Dylan actually showed up. She was an absolute mess, and she addressed him. He did this. He took away blah, blah, blah. Bethany didn't address Bryan at all.
No.
At all.
Nope, she did not. I get it. I see, you know, I felt like there was some emotion there, and you can only fake so much of that, in my opinion. But maybe, like, I kind of can go along with what you're saying, Annie, to an extent.
She was
like,
crying because of how she's been treated this whole time because people fucking going after her. Get out of here.
Hold on, let
No,
me
I
finish.
believe, listen,
She ain't
she's
fucking
someone
fooling
who's
me,
already
bro.
been
She can fool
having,
you. That's fine.
no,
Let
it's
me
in
say
the
this,
record
though.
that this girl's already been having fucking
Yeah.
nightmares of being chased
Yeah.
and kidnapped since she was
Yeah.
a kid.
She also draws eyebrows too. We're gonna say
And
David.
I'm just saying.
I'm
Me
not
too.
saying you're wrong, Willie. What I'm saying is maybe like with what Annie just said, they were told stay in your room. I don't care what you see or hear, don't come out here, so on and so forth. Okay. And maybe they expected, because Kim did even say that there was supposed to be this shakedown bullshit, whatever, who knows. And maybe they expected that they were just going to get into a fight, be threatened, beat up, whatever. And it went so far that she didn't expect that. That's what traumatized her, possibly. I'm not saying that she wasn't she didn't know something was going to go down.
Story changed 85 times, dude.
Maybe it just became way more than what she thought. I'm not saying that that's true either. This is just a thought, guys, because even she was a lot
She's
more
so
of a mess.
She's so traumatized by seeing her dead friend. She's literally looking for jobs. That's pretty traumatized.
That was beforehand, though.
What are you talking about? That was after. She was on Indeed, bro. We have her whole log for the whole night of what she was doing.
You have the time. What I'm saying is it was before she went and saw Xana and brought them over. That's when that happened, when she was on Indeed.
But we know that they already went in the house, dude.
That
Like,
you had
she put on an Oscar performance on the 911 call. Yet I'm supposed to sit here and believe this impact statement? What?
That's no. That's not what I meant. But okay, I know what you're saying.
No, I'm just talking in general, dude. I'm not coming at you or anything. I'm just saying.
I know that. I know
you
that. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying.
I don't know. Seems like most of the chat agrees with me, so at least I'm not crazy. Say it, thinking that, because I'm not letting her off the hook with that little performance. Sorry. If she would have got cross-examined, she would have shit herself.
Well, I guess the point I'm getting at, right, is this. So if you're still having nightmares and you have to lock your doors, you're terrified everywhere you go, even though the perpetrator is in jail and in custody, and you're someone who, for whatever reason, whatever happened earlier in your life, that you already have nightmares of being kidnapped, chased,
How do you know that's true?
My
about
guess
her
is
needing to lock
my
all
guess
these doors?
is that Willie is that when the police, more than likely, especially if the FBI is conducting these interviews with these witnesses and shit, and these people who were in the home, these are things that were verified. They're not just going to take her word for it.
So it's verified that she needs to lock her doors all the time now, and yada yada yada.
No, what I mean is that whatever her prior PTSD situation is, that already was prior to the crime.
So
she
she
is
booked
already
it across.
someone.
So she booked it across the house with PTSD.
I'll just stop talking.
I'm asking you a question. That's some. I mean, I'm just saying to have PTSD and to say screw it, I'm gonna dash across the whole house when there could be 3-4 people out there with guns, knives, whatever. After you see a dude in a mask, I don't know. I don't know what kind of PTSD that is. So
there's obviously something already going on with her, which is why she has lucid dreams of being kidnapped and chased prior to the crime even occurring, is the point I'm getting at. And if she's all fucked up on drugs and Borgs, know what I'm saying?
So then what did she really see then that night if she was all fucked up?
She probably truly doesn't fucking know. And that's why she told them over and over again, I don't know. And I thought it was a dream. And I'm not even sure of what I fucking heard or saw.
And
one eyebrow or two, I'm not sure. I think it was a fireman, but I don't fucking know.
So that would have been
they twisted. The fact of the matter is that the police took statements from these people, and because they needed to place a witness and they needed to fucking wrap this shit up, unfortunately, I'm of the opinion they twisted a lot of what these fucking kids told them.
They did feed her.
You understand? She's telling them over and over again, I don't know. And they're taking that shit as gospel.
Yeah, they made her statement up. We know that already. They fed her that statement and they molded it out of like what
they didn't. Yeah, but they didn't take her phone and go on it and stick around for 8 hours while people died upstairs, though. She did. So that's all.
I guess all I'm saying is, like, you know, she's all fucked up. She's not sure. She's scared because she's like, what the fuck is this really happening? Like, does she hear what she thinks is just her roommates, like, normal fucking fight or arguing or yelling at each other? And maybe that's why she's just kind of like peeking. Or do you get what I'm saying? Like, I know so many people for 2.5 years, we have all thought, like, holy shit, there is something fucking wrong here with these two. But after seeing her today with my own 2 eyes, I don't know. There's just a part of me that, like, I don't know. I think out of everybody, she's the one who seems to be the most traumatized, in my opinion.
We didn't get to see Bethany either, so that's probably why she wouldn't come back. But that's a good point. I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Out of everybody that spoke today, she is the one that truly, in my opinion, like the emotion. Like Olivia was fire, but she was fire because it was rage. Dylan, to me, was like literally like a fucking scared little girl who was terrified, absolutely terrified to even be there.
That's all I have to say.
I understand what you're saying, but listen, hindsight's 20/20.
And Jesse, I'm going to let you give your opinion because I've been reading your chat, so I'm going to you give your take on this.
Bottom line is, I think Willie knows damn well if it was me or him, we'd be fucked. Nobody'd be making excuses for us. We wouldn't have no PTSD excuses.
I wouldn't get no Oscar.
We don't get that card. That card is not available to us. You know, I believe in self-accountability. I don't believe in, I got PTSD. I mean, at the end of the day, Xana's fingers were cut to the bone. Kaylee was, we're being told Xana's fingers got cut to the bone. We're being told Kaylee was hit so many times in the face, she would have died from those injuries even without being stabbed. And Dylan didn't know what was happening. I don't know. I mean, that's just too hard for me to and PTSD as an excuse for that is like maybe a start at best, but not good enough. Not good enough, in
I'm
my
not
opinion.
saying that the PTSD is an excuse. I'm saying the PTSD would be the reason for the inaction. It would be the reason for poor decision making.
I think we all misunderstood that part.
Yeah, I got you now.
No, it would be a fucking key reason in why someone is making poor decisions, can't function, doesn't know what to do, acting irrational.
Now I understand what you were saying. And here's something. Okay, that's perfect then, because I did read where there was statements made, how this is known and whether it's true or not, I don't know, that her childhood at home, there was a lot of arguing and fighting between parents. Her dad was very somewhat violent and abusive, so on and so forth. So maybe she previously had issues, and hearing the screaming and yelling triggered her, and that's why she froze and didn't move, is what Annie's saying per se, okay? And didn't make the good decision.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Like the PTSD is why she didn't
I don't know that
she
she went into a frozen shock phase. I don't believe the frozen shock phase thing is from Dylan. I believe many of the statements that law enforcement has attributed to Dylan, okay, are because they twisted words in statements that she made to police and investigators.
Okay, then I didn't understand you either, because I thought
Then
you were saying,
then why is she even making a statement?
I thought you were saying that the PTSD prevented her from making good decisions and maybe calling 911 that night. So
I think it contributed. I think it contributed to why the barely 19-year-old girl who already had horrible dreams of being kidnapped and chased may have not acted the way, may have not made decisions that you or I or somebody else more mature without a mental condition or whatever would have made. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, some people just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Some people do and they act immediately, and some people don't.
I know Willie's thinking like, man, they're gonna hang me for this.
I'm gonna bang my head off a wall right now, dude.
They're not gonna be making up excuses for me.
I'm gonna use that next time. I'm just gonna fucking be like, I got PTSD, officer. Leave me the fuck alone.
I'm not really interested in why
But they didn't leave her alone.
Why Dylan did what she did. I'm only
They didn't make her a
interested
suspect, did they?
I'm the only thing I'm interested in is, did Dylan know? Because that's really the only thing of significance. If she knew, which she had to have known, then why is it even significant? Why she, the rest of it, the PTSD, I think, is kind of irrelevant. I mean, if she knew her friends were murdered, and
but where's her diagnosis?
And she's been lying about it, doesn't really. I mean, that's about as significant as Bryan Kohberger's Asperger's or autism.
Yeah, but there's actually a doctor that like diagnosed him with that. So like, where's his diagnosis of PTSD for this 19, 20-year-old girl?
I just don't think it's relevant.
Do we know about this, or is this just something we're assuming?
And how could she not know? Like I said, what they're telling us is Xana's fingers cut to the bone, Kaylee being struck in the face to the point where she would have died from those injuries. I mean, there's no way that Dylan and Bethany are in that house and not knowing that that's happening. And PTSD doesn't go very far in explaining why they don't, it might explain how they could be convinced by a drug dealer to be accomplices, but it doesn't explain how they could be innocent.
She had so much PTSD, she went to go in a second time and then a third time to see Xana's dead body. That's how much PTSD she had.
Yeah, but the point I'm getting at is, like, even Bethany's statement that Emily read, something to the effect of, expecting to just like go up the stairs thinking that it's your friends playing another prank. And then you realize that it's not a prank or whatever, something to the effect of that. Like, I'm not saying that the PTSD is what made her do anything. What I'm saying is that if she's a person who's all fucked up on Borgs and whatever else, it's 3, 4 in the morning. She thinks she's hearing. She's not sure. She literally told them over and over and over again. She wasn't sure what she heard. She wasn't sure of what she saw. And they made her a key eyewitness. That is not her fault.
I will say that would make sense if she phoned when she woke up at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. And that would make sense if at noon the call that went in actually described people deceased in the home rather than a cover story, because that's the other thing. Even at noon,
She didn't even call.
When 911 call goes out, it goes out for somebody who passed out drunk. And there's no way at any point without any PTSD or any other excuse that you can't tell the difference between Xana.
Yeah, the whole passed out drunk thing is bullshit because there's blood everywhere unless someone cleaned it.
And they chose to lie.
So then
the
what?
911 call is bullshit. So the PTSD doesn't explain that. It might be a contributing factor. Maybe.
I agree.
Maybe she should get like 1 year off her sentence for that.
No, I completely agree. I'm just saying, I feel like out of everybody who gave statements today, she seemed to be the most who's like emotionally affected.
She's sick and tired
Do you
of
get
being
what I'm
attacked.
saying? Like,
she's sick and tired of being attacked about this case by everybody because they know she's a fucking liar. That's why she was upset. Trust me.
I mean, you could be right about that. She just seemed to me to be the most emotionally affected. I feel like with her hyperventilating and things like that, and she was like very confrontational of him, which I didn't expect. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I didn't expect her to kind of be like, he did this, you did this, it's because of you.
I mean,
like,
if Dylan was a guy, we wouldn't be making these excuses.
That.
I'm just saying, there's a, if she's a guy, she's getting locked up, period. Like, they're not going to take any of her little bullshit story about I have PTSD and I have dreams and fucking this, that, and the third. They're going to lock Dylan the male up, period.
I agree with you on that. I agree.
And Bethany.
So again,
right? Because it's
not
a
Dylan's
two-way
fault.
street. Same thing here. If I have a strong opinion, right, because I'm a male, people like in chats will have no problem attacking somebody. But if like a female, like say, yourself has a strong opinion on something, they will not attack a female. It's just a way of how the world is. So because she's a young female,
Willie.
That's why she gets this road. Which it is
but
what
you
it is. I don't agree with it.
That it is not Dylan's fault that the investigator made
I understand.
her the eyewitness, even though she told them over and over again, I don't know. I'm not even sure. Couldn't tell you.
No, I get it.
They twisted her words. They made her a key eyewitness. And like you just said, they chose not to focus on her. And if they took her word for it that she has these lucid dreams and she has dreams, right? Everything you just said is not her fault. It's literally the investigator's fault. It's not her.
But then why would
no
she
matter
show
which
up
way you
today?
look at it?
If it was the investigators that put words in her mouth, why would she show up today?
What do you mean?
Wouldn't she have no desire to participate? If she felt that the investigators misrepresented her, you'd think that she would not show up today.
Well, no, because showing up today, she's not going to be questioned about anything she said. She just gets to give her statement on how this impacted her.
Setting the record straight then.
She doesn't necessarily have to, she doesn't have to answer any other questions if she doesn't want to. She doesn't have to speak about anything she doesn't want to, There's nothing we can do about that. None of these people have to tell us a goddamn thing if they don't want to, I'm just saying the difference between Bethany not showing up at all and having Emily speak for her, between Dylan actually showing up, you got to give it to her. She had the balls to show up, the balls to give her statement, and the balls to confront him, even though seemed like she wanted to pass out and couldn't breathe at times.
It took me a while to figure out that it wasn't Bethany, because like whoever the hell that was crying so much, and I'm like, it didn't even go through this shit.
Yeah, it didn't look like the
weird
either. It looked like it did not look like the pictures of Dylan that I've seen.
I just tried to see it for what it was, like the difference, the fact that like one of these survivors showed up even and through her what appears to be fear and pain, still got through it, right? I'm just trying to look at it like put yourself in her shoes. If
What is it? Your
She
first
if
fucking day
she
here, Jazz? Relax.
She delivered a pretty good performance, whether it was authentic or not. It was a pretty good performance.
well, that it's not, but that's what I mean
Right
though.
there.
Like that's not even. I'm not here to determine whether or not it's a performance. It doesn't even matter if I think she was being fake or real. What I'm
Well, I
saying
mean,
is
you
that
can deliver
you
a
have
good
two
performance and be
survivors
real
of this
too, right?
crime. What I mean though is you have two survivors and only one of them actually had what appears to be the courage enough to show up. And
8
one of them
hours.
did not.
That's right, lady. Yeah,
what
yeah.
I
I don't know why Bethany didn't show up.
She might have been pressured to show up because she was the more important of the two, right? Like,
Maybe
yeah,
they
I mean,
told her.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe they told her, you know, with all the bad press you've had, might be a good idea for you to show up and make a statement. Maybe that'll lighten up the load on you. People will see you in a different light, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, LBT, just so you're aware, we're all fucking friends up here. So don't try to like, you know, I see what you're doing down there. I don't know who the fuck that is, dude, but like, relax, you little troll. Fucking people that like think that like, you know, there's like sides here that like, you know,
yeah, so for
trying to
anybody who doesn't
pit us
know,
against each
Willie
other.
and I, Willie and
Good
I
luck.
talk every day.
Fucking
And
idiot.
Willie and I will argue with each other for an hour straight,
These people,
privately,
man.
and it's fine. It's totally
Must be their
fine.
first fucking day.
We're all on the same team, and we all talk constantly.
Yeah, I can tell whose fucking first rodeo it is here, though.
Yeah, we all talk constantly,
Yeah,
and
no.
we debate different things, have different opinions. If we all
Yeah,
have,
I just want to make that clear because it's starting to get annoying down there, and nobody's doing anything about it. So I'll say something.
I didn't even see it till just now because
It's fucking
I
yeah.
mean, it's fine. It's fine.
It's like
I
W
just
Annie's
think that,
right.
you
You guys
know-
are wrong. Like it's not even about that, yo. It's like nobody here
Yeah,
is
no, yeah.
enemies. So relax. You're not gonna like this win sides or I don't know what the fuck these people want. But yeah,
there are no. That's part of the problem with this entire case is that people
exactly.
took sides on this, and it's
Yeah, people want to have like a side and like you know or like the drama that people love, dude. It's crazy.
It's what
we
it's
don't
all
even
about.
know.
I can't
What,
see the
do
chat.
you even know
so
what side you're on or
I'm-
who the enemies are?
What?
Annie, Dago, Willie, do you know?
I'm not on anybody's side.
Or who the enemies are. Like it's pretty hard to define those terms.
No, I don't.
I try to be cool with everybody. That's my motto. Just try to be cool with everybody. We don't need to not, you know, I don't know.
Say the mainstream media is an enemy of mine. Mainstream media, I don't have any time for them.
The mainstream media is the enemy of the people, in my opinion.
It's us
I don't know whose side I am. I'm not going to say I'm on Bryan Kohberger's side because I don't know.
I'm on the side of the truth, bro.
Yeah. I don't know what the truth is.
I'm definitely not on Kohberger's side. I've never been on Kohberger's side. I've been on the side of our rights. And if they had to violate his rights and our rights to get to him, then that needs to be exposed and called out. And that's bullshit. And that's kind of the side I've always been on. Because the amount of money that we pay these people, FBI, state, local law enforcement, with our taxpayer dollars, and they are not held accountable, and they don't have to explain what they did, and they get to hide everything they did and backdoor everything, is bullshit.
Sounds like the government's the bad guy. Am I onto something else?
I mean,
you're okay, LBT. I think he just misread what you were doing, and she's just saying, or he. I'm sorry, I don't know what you are.
It wasn't even. It was a combination of a few people, dude. It was just like getting annoying. Like you know, it's okay if you know a male says something that you don't agree with, but then you know when a female says something, everybody it's like, oh, okay, I'll shut up. But when I say something, it's like, oh, they're wrong. Jesse's wrong. Willie's wrong. It's like, relax. Like we're just trying to figure this shit out as much as everybody here. There's no like nobody's really right. Because we all don't know what the fuck is really going on behind the scenes. Hopefully one day we find out. But like Annie just said, are we really ever going to get all the information here, all the truth? Even when they let shit out, are they going to redact stuff, important information? Of course they are.
We don't know what's going on, but it sure feels like we just got screwed. Does it feel like that to you guys?
What it feels like is the state doesn't ever have to prove their case. The FBI never has to show their work. Everybody is going to jerk each other off on what an excellent job they did, their collaborative efforts and their investigative work and blah, blah, blah. And it appears Mr. Kohberger is just fine with that for now.
Yeah.
Right?
She's right. She's right, 100%. Because you saw Bill's victory lap for no reason. He didn't do anything, but he did his victory lap like he's supposed to. With the fake tears and all the bullshit that he put out there, and how he's, I wish we could have been back in Latah County and I could have been talking to the people in Latah that were actually affected by this. Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, like he cares about all the justice for the families.
You want to do something, Bill? Tell the truth. That's all you got to do.
How about
Put
this?
the
If you want to do
truth out.
something, Bill, go look into the blood DNA samples, you little shit.
Yeah, how about running this, actually doing an investigation on the case? How about processing the case as a prosecutor the right way? How about following the rules of the law? How about those things? Do that, Bill, and then you can do your dumb little dance, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'd rather he just admit that he only attached the death penalty for the purposes of leveraging a plea, and he never had any intention of actually using it.
Yep. That's what he does. This guy is all about deals, folks. And he knew from day one probably that he was going to, if they would not have approached him, I guarantee you at some point before trial he would have approached them. That's all I'm saying. In my opinion, let me put it that way.
I thought it was pretty interesting too that Bill stood up in court and said, for the record, it was the defense who contacted the state for the plea. And here's my response to that, right? Because basically what Bill is saying is that the defense are the ones who contacted him about a plea, right? But then he kind of contradicts himself in the press conference because he's talking about how, technically they didn't want to do a plea or whatever, something to that effect. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so then even when they approached you about a plea and he gave zero concessions about the crime, the weapons, the clothing, nada, right? At that point, the prosecutor could have immediately said, we're going to decline your request for a plea, because that's how I look at it, right? If you really wanted the death penalty because you believe the punishment fit the crime, the only way you would have given this guy a plea is if he gave you where the murder weapons were, where the clothes were, how you carried this shit out, how'd you plan it. Like, never mind this, yeah, we'll just take your fucking word for it and it all gets to go away. Like, no.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying?
Unless they
if
knew.
Your case is so strong, you would have just went to trial and kept that death penalty attached.
Yeah, but unless they knew that Bryan isn't going to know where the hell the knife is or any of the clothes, because they know deep down that, he doesn't know. So that's probably why they didn't ask him.
Well, maybe he doesn't know because the person or people he was with, the other men that were bleeding in the crime scene, they're the ones who disposed of the stuff. So maybe he doesn't know where it is.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So how is Bryan pleading full justice in this case? It's not.
I don't think I never said that his plea is full justice.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This is one person now that supposedly was involved with the crime. What about the other people? Are they just going to get away with it?
Apparently.
Like,
you mean the other people is in what? Like the other people
like the blood DNA that's just sitting there in a goddamn room, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what my question's been too. They will never reapproach that. Never. Did you do that on purpose, Jesse? Are you done? It's probably like what, 3 a.m. for you now. So yeah, you probably are.
That's right. He's
3 in the
Yeah,
morning. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Well, good night, Jesse.
As far as I'm concerned, that's probably part of what this is all about, you guys. If you think about it, like Annie said, nobody has to show their work. Nobody has to show their case. Nobody has to prove anything with this now. So everything that we've been questioning, the other DNA, the leakers, the this, the that, all this other bullshit, it's gone. They don't have to show us a damn thing now.
It is absolutely cowardly.
Oh, for sure. Hey,
yeah.
bye.
Yeah.
You guys, this is so. Is it? Am I the only one that thinks this is so strange?
What?
This whole situation.
Which part?
Why it was drug out for 2.5 years, only to come to this point.
Exactly.
It's
Why not
so
plea 2 years
strange.
ago?
It's so strange. And Willie, I have a question for you. Okay.
What up?
You and I have been on the same page on this whole situation. You got me on your page about 2 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have a question. Because he didn't make a statement today,
Mm-hmm.
and because he didn't rescind this
Mm-hmm.
yet, and I know he still has a chance to, but is it harder and harder for you to think that he's innocent now?
No, fuck him. I already said, I don't know where everybody's been. I saw somebody in chat was like, I can't believe Willie thinks Bryan Kohberger's in it. Where the fuck did anybody not hear me come in and say like he's a pussy for not standing up? And you know what I mean? Like I'm pissed off. So I'm
very conflicted and very.
if he's content, right, with fleeing and going away for the rest of his life and yada yada yada, and he's not gonna fight, then like I'm not gonna fight for somebody that's not gonna fight for themselves. So
Right, that's
I
my
just don't
thing.
expect.
That's
I just
my
don't.
thing.
I just don't understand that everybody out here is
I
gonna
still
still.
don't think he did it, but my question is why would he take it this far if he didn't
That's what
do
I mean.
it?
As much as we don't think that he did it, this that, and the third, he still took a goddamn, yeah. So that's still a fact.
For whoever asked up
Two
here, I
things
lost
can be
it.
right.
Twiz is in Moscow, or I'm sorry, in Boise, folks. He was at the hearing, so that's why he's not in here. I don't think he's probably sleeping right now because he's stayed up all night. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
But Dago, I don't know. What about you? Does it kind of make it harder for you to think that he's guilty, or do you know yet? You're muted. You're muted.
Innocent or guilty?
I don't care what has happened. I can't believe that he did it. So not by himself. Let me say it this way.
Well,
Okay?
yeah, that's the thing. Is like there is no. I just cannot fathom that he did this alone. And why is he's basically if he's involved, he's taking the fall for something absolutely major. And that to me is sad.
Well, I mean, we don't know. This is the problem why I keep saying this. We know what we know. We know what we've seen. We know what we've been told. We know what has been televised through their streams. We know that's what we know. We know what the documents have told us. We don't know what the conversations between Ann and Bryan have been. We don't know what the conversations between Ann and
Thompson
Eliza and Bryan, whatever has been taught. We don't know any of that stuff. Okay. We don't know what is truly going on in the background behind this. Okay. And that's what I keep sticking to that because I don't. I do know that he has an appeal that he can go for. He has 42 days to go to appeal this. If he does, then that'll give us another
42 days.
Ground to step up onto and go, okay, well, now that makes a little sense. But if he doesn't, and I said this before you came in here, if he doesn't take that appeal, then at some point I'm going to have to step back and go, okay, then he did it. That's all I can say at that point. I don't know of any other way. Whether I believe it looks
but
like
if I was the defense in this situation, and I don't know if you guys agree, but if I was the defense in this situation, would you guys not be absolutely like having some you know what I'd be doing? I'd be having some words with the prosecution behind closed doors.
Wow.
And it would be a knockdown drag out brawl.
Yeah, but you can't like things.
If I was Ann Taylor, I'd be so pissed.
She don't care.
Well, we don't know that. That's the thing, though. I'm not going to make that judgment yet because I don't know what. Like I said, maybe
I'd be grasping at straws and asking every damn question possible.
Maybe she feels like she's against a brick wall at this point.
She is. I mean, I really do think that that's literally what this whole thing is.
And like I said, Ann has. I looked at Ann's track record. She's a good attorney in every other case she's had. Okay, this is the different type of case, you guys. We've all seen that. There's no doubt about that. So we don't know what she's up against in the background. We don't know the things that have been thrown at her, or the things we do know is that a lot of things were not given to her that she asked for her to be able to be effective.
And I'm really mad at Hippler.
So
Really mad at
that's what
Hippler.
I'm saying. We can't make judgment on that.
We're not.
I mean,
We're
I
not.
can't. I can't.
We're not
Pat.
making Bryan fucking prove it or what?
That should be
I'm
mandatory.
mad at Hippler. I'm mad at Hippler for not standing up for Bryan's rights as a judge.
Well, no, because he thinks that anything Bryan would say is a lie, as you heard him say that himself.
Yeah.
And that tells me the type of judge that he was in this. When he made those statements about Bryan as a judge, I was like,
yeah, especially the ones today.
And then Cy, when he called him this conspiracy theorist. So
that's what I'm talking about. I never expected him to say what he said about Bryan himself as the judge. That to me was a red flag.
But he did keep telling Ann, fight this, fight it at trial. He kept telling her, fight it at trial, fight it at trial, fight it at trial. And like,
Annie, you have that new page, Annie, the new website for them.
As far as I know, it's I thought they posted it on their little press release today.
Oh, okay. Thank you, hon.
I'm in my car right now, so I don't know. I know there's new docs and shit, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to pull up right now, is the new documents already.
Yeah, it was on like the press release thing. There's a website. I just don't remember what it is.
I have the press release. I just didn't look at the link for that. So hold on. I'm going to pull that up real quick, you guys.
I don't think it's on cases of interest.
Cases, okay.
And also what you guys were talking about. And also what you guys were talking about how Bethany didn't show up today. She has always been radio silent. And that to me is questionable.
Okay, where's this at?
Well, because remember, she has, I don't know how.
Does she have immunity?
Well, I don't know how everybody forgot, but does everybody forget that Bethany Funk has exculpatory evidence?
Yeah.
They forgot about that a long time ago, seems like.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't understand why they don't want.
I mean, she has enough exculpatory evidence that they ran to the grand jury. So.
Yeah. Right.
What does she know? What does she know that contradicts Dylan? That's what I want to know. That's what people should be calling her and trying to get a fucking interview or something. Be like, try to figure out.
Her exculpatory evidence doesn't necessarily need to contradict Dylan.
That's true. It just could be, as long as it's exculpatory. That's all that
There's
matters.
exculpatory evidence anyway. In my opinion,
it doesn't necessarily have to contradict Dylan.
No, I'm just saying that she knows something that the defense obviously saw valuable, and the prosecution ran to the grand jury quick as shit. So it must be important. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm waiting to hear from Bob Mata, over there at the Defense Diaries podcast again. He interviewed Middleman from Othram yesterday.
Oh my Lord.
Middleman's going to be coming back on to talk about everything that they did in this case. And he did answer a couple of my questions yesterday. Bob highlighted a bunch, but a lot of them they're saving for when he's finally allowed to do like a full conversation and come back. And, one of the questions he did answer for me, though, was about how they were able to double the text file for the profile, right? Because that's something the defense claimed. Well, Mr. Middleman said that, that's absolutely not true. And he said that because the defense hired, his words, an idiot, this is why they were given the wrong information that they then went and put on the court docket.
Wow.
So I'm not saying what he's saying is true or false. I'm just saying this is what he said, right? I'm not giving an opinion on whether or not it's true or false, but according to him, it wasn't doubled. That's not correct.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Yeah, I was going to ask you.
Did you have you been live since the hearing, or did you start a new one?
No, this is the same one, dude.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
Yeah, this is 7 hours.
Oh, I don't.
Oh my
I don't,
God.
I don't you remember that one hearing on
What?
live for 10 hours? I don't care.
That's correct. I didn't know because I'm gonna have to I'm at like 16% and I could probably cook a fucking egg on the back of my phone right now. No
Yeah,
bullshit.
do what you got to do,
Dude,
bro.
my camera lens, if I touch it for more than 2 seconds, fucking, I might get like a 3rd-degree burn.
3rd-degree burn on your
I'll
finger.
never understand why these iPhones get so hot like
Well,
this.
no, it's
I've
my
been on my-
well, the reason why is because I'm on StreamYard 1, but I have it on a wireless charger outside in 90-degree weather, so I'm triple fucking myself here. I'm just trying to survive. But
Go put it in the refrigerator, bro.
Use your tablet.
What I
Use
do
your
is
tablet.
I stick it in the little. Yeah, you're right, Andy. I gotta set it up. I stick in the little compartment in the AC, and literally, like, within 30 seconds, you're good to go. So, but I'm gonna charge it for a little bit. So if you guys are still here, I'll come back up. But it was a good convo. Like I said, it's unfortunate that this played out how it is or how it did. It's just, what are we gonna do? All we can do at this point is wait.
We're gonna wait to see if and when the appeal goes in, and follow it from there.
What's your confidence level that he's going to appeal, though, at this point?
That's what I mean. Like, if he appeals, does he just get to go to trial? I don't understand.
I don't know how that would work in that aspect because I'm not familiar with the Supreme Court stuff at all. I would imagine.
If he appeals, can he take it to the Supreme Court?
That's where we'd have to appeal to.
Or can he take it to the Supreme Court anyway?
No, JC. That's where it would have to appeal.
He's got 42. He's got 42 days to take it to the Supreme Court.
No, the appeal
after that,
is going to be appealed in the state. It's going to be it's going to be appealed at the state.
At the state level.
State level first. Yeah, it doesn't go directly to the Supreme Court of the United States.
I thought it had to go.
It could go to the Supreme Court of.
Appeal is going to go to a higher court.
That's what I meant.
Outside of Hippler's, right?
There's a Supreme Court of Idaho, right?
Right, but it's my understanding Hippler can deny his appeal.
Yes, he can.
Oh. Well, he's screwed then because of everything that Hippler said today.
And that's what I've been saying is, what if all his appeals get denied? Where's he at? Where does he stand? That's why I don't. That's why I don't understand this whole plan thing. It's just not a good plan.
Yeah, it's not. It's not been a good plan
for somebody that's supposedly innocent. This is not a good plan. So
he was He was on a downhill battle, and now he's straight up a mountain.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
And he was pretty stoic when everybody was ripping him apart today. So I don't know.
Very stoic.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch this guy that he's like a professional body language expert and stuff. And and he looks at a lot of people. And I want him to I hope he breaks this down today. He probably will because it was so viral.
Anne was the same way.
What do you mean?
I don't think Anne was very.
Yeah, but Anne didn't kill 4 people supposedly. You feel me?
They're talking about how they were stoic, Willie. Like they didn't make any emotional. Like
she wasn't very.
I'm talking about Bryan sitting there taking it from the families that are calling him a piece of shit and every name in the book, and he's just sitting there with like, I don't know what kind of expression he had on his face, but like at no point in any time is he shaking his head no or looking at his parents and just shaking his head no. Like I don't know, it's just me. I'd be sitting there just fucking in awe that I'm sitting here agreeing to this, and I'd be shaking my head. I'd be crying.
I'd be scared shitless.
I'd be shitting myself. Like, and I don't know. It just seems like it went too smoothly, and he just sat there and was like, "I'll take it."
We don't know all the details. That's what I keep telling myself is the only way to make it make sense.
I don't know, man. At this point, he pled guilty, so he's a guilty party of a quadruple homicide right now. So, this is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go stick this in the AC. Been a great convo. And then, like I said, I'll hop back up if you're still on, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if I will. I might be. I'm just trying to find these documents first and to show those real quick.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna wait till you find those because I just want to know what they are, and then I'm gonna hop down. Are they like? What do they have to do with?
Well, there's a new website that they said they put together that they're gonna take everything that's being given back to us.
Does nobody in chat have the link?
I'm looking and I don't see it. Somebody said there
well,
were
how many people you got in your chat right now? I can't tell, but Nobody has the link to where these docs are. There's
Whoever
someone
it
in
was-
chat, right? I can't really see the chat, but there's people who say they're reading the docs. So don't they have the link?
That's what I was looking at right now, trying to see.
Oh,
Can't-
wait a minute.
can't
People
see
can't
chat
put
either.
links in chat unless they're a mod, right?
Right.
Oh, okay. My bad.
What
I'm
is it
talking
called?
shit
'Cause
to
I went to
people.
I went to that press release document thing they put up real quick. I don't see it on there. They gave me a website, but when I go to that, it just takes me to an Idaho page. It doesn't show anything about that specific website. So I'm looking.
Well, you're gonna have to, yeah, because I don't remember what it is, but maybe
It's all right.
whoever has it, make them a mod real quick and then unmod them after they drop the link.
Or you can come
I'm
back.
being sorry if that sounded mean.
No. Link. Jesus, Meg has it, I think. Meg,
There
drop
you
that
go.
in the back Discord for me in private DM. I can't grab it from in here. There's the link.
Oh, gotcha.
But
Thank
Annie,
you.
I have a question for you, I guess, since I have the opportunity. I just want to, first off, but second of all, just want to know, are you on the same page with me, like how strange all this is?
Are you talking to me? Are you there? JC?
Digger, are you muted?
No, I'm here. I'm not muted. I'm
I
talking
can't hear
to
you guys.
I think it's on your end, JC. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dago, but I don't know. Willie's gone. He said his phone, I think his phone dropped him out. But I can't, she keeps going in and out, and now I feel like she's either muted or it's like trying to boot her off. I'm not sure.
No, she has problems like this every now and again.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we could hear you
Oh yeah,
before.
I can hear you guys now too.
Okay.
That was weird.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Yeah, I'm on the same page. It's definitely strange. I agree with you. If that's what you were asking me.
I was asking Annie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will shut up. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question? I thought you were talking to Dago too.
No, I just wanted to say, like, I admire you, and I just want to know if we're on the same page, like, and how strange you think all this is. Like, it's the weirdest thing I've ever encountered in my life.
Oh, well, thank you. And I mean, yeah, I do think a lot of what has gone on in this case and is still going on is strange. But I also have been of the opinion for a very long time that if I'm right about how they got to him, who got to him, and when, then in my opinion, they got to the right person. They just did it
the wrong
way and in a way that they don't want us to know, because the way that they did it didn't just violate his rights. It probably violated a lot of people's rights.
That's what I'm saying.
Including family members and stuff, of victims of his, etc. So, that's just kind of my opinion on it. I mean, like, I don't know who he was with. I mean, there's other men's blood collected from the crime scene that the crime scene people felt was pertinent to the crime and the scene. And it was never done nothing with. So if you had no problem taking this trace DNA from the sheet to run through IgG, you should have done the same with the two other bloods.
Right.
And if Bryan knows who those two other bloods are, he needs to cough that shit up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, so this is what we have so far. Hold on. MPD reports general narrative, supplement 50. Oh shit, there's a lot. Okay. Let's see here.
It's going to be all the supplemental reports and shit
Right.
from the officers. Yep. Make sure you download them when you go to get them, because I don't think that all of this is just going to be up in perpetuity. It's probably going to be up for, until he doesn't, they'll make it past whether or not he's going to appeal. And as long as he doesn't appeal, you'll be lucky if that shit stays up for like 60 days, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. Every time, I click on it, it automatically is downloading it. And I have, wow, that's a lot.
Is there
whether you got to save it or.
There's a way that you can save all the documents though, right?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to put it in its own file.
Usually.
Compress it to an extent. Yeah.
It just kind of sucks, right? Because I get it. Like, there's so many people who still are like, there's no way, he's entirely innocent and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. I guess that's kind of why I always tried not to have an opinion on his guilt or innocence, more about what did they do. I want to see all of the evidence.
Yes.
So I'm more.
I want to know
I'm
what
more
happened. I want to know how it went down.
No, I wanted the state to prove their case, because that is what should have been required of them by the court.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
In my opinion.
Nope, you're right. So this is one of the first. This was from Officer Smith. So there's a bunch of this stuff, guys. We could spend probably 2 weeks, and we may, who knows, going through all of this. This shows the additional responding officer.
Is it just his report? Sorry, Diego. Is it just his report or his body cam too? Because he was the first arriving officer, and he's the one who allegedly had on the Smith and Nunes are the ones who had on the body cams and like first arrived.
Yeah, this is Smith's report, his own personal report. It doesn't show body cam. I'm gonna have to go back and look, but right now this is just a report page of and it shows that additional responding officers were Gunderson, Corporal Snyder, Officer Warner, Officer Nunez. So yes, and then it's just a detailed report of what happened. Oh, see, that's different. It says, when I arrived, I entered the residence, went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations indicative of defense wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. In a third floor bedroom, I observed two. Hold on.
Hang on.
Yep.
So he found Xana in her bedroom so she wasn't in the hall. She's in the bedroom on the floor in a sweater and underwear, and Ethan's in the bed.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is I just threw a trigger warning up just in case some of this stuff.
And he said there's blood everywhere. So like, how is it that your 911 call is someone's passed out?
Yeah.
Surrounded by blood on the floor. Yep. Exactly. See? And if anybody went into that bedroom, Ethan was like, the bed was completely soaked in blood. His neck was obviously cut, and there was blood everywhere. So there's blood all over this room. You didn't see that. I don't believe she was ever just in the hallway, folks. Even they said that they all three went up them stairs at some point and said they got a glimpse of it. So,
right.
And so that
well, I guess the point I'm getting at is now we know, according to the officer, they're actually in the room.
Yep, they were in
one's
the room.
On the floor. One's on the bed. There's blood everywhere, and yet they're calling in for someone passed out. I still can't comprehend that.
Not at all. And
especially being 20 some years old. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. In a third floor bedroom, I observed two females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. That's going to be Kaylee. I was unable to comprehend. Right. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The second female was on the right half of the bed, had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear. There's nothing there about a sheath, Annie. Nothing.
Hang on. So yeah, so A, he doesn't talk about a sheet yet, and B, he's not talking about blood anywhere else in the house.
Right.
He's not talking about blood in the living room, on his way up the stairs, none of that.
Just in the bedrooms.
That's it.
It's weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that right there, this is the officer that, or no, that was, yeah, Smith, right? Yes, Smith. This is the officer,
yeah.
what Payne put in the PCA that told him about the knife sheath. There's nothing here about a knife sheath. Nothing. And that's kind of important. Don't you think that if this was your initial report, you'd mention that sheath, right or wrong?
Well, it says too that somewhere in these court docs, it does say that like the sheath can be seen on one of those officers' body cams. I don't remember if it was Smith or Nunes, but
it was
one of their body cams allegedly caught the sheath.
That's right. From the doorway as looking in. And this is almost word for word the same thing, minus the sheath. So, okay. That's interesting.
Okay.
I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure, and the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14. Why have we never heard that before?
I haven't heard
that. 13.5 to 14.
Isn't that the size Bryan wore?
I think he wore a size 13.
I think that's what I heard too.
They found a pair of size 13 shoes at his parents' house in his closet, I believe. But
The
where
New
did
Balances,
that?
but I think those were his dad.
Could be. But why was that not in the PCA?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing we got was the van style shoe print cleaned up or tested positive with Amido black or whatever.
Right.
And wasn't that outside of Dylan's bedroom or something?
That was just the one
threshold of her door.
The one footprint.
It was on the
like
threshold. Yeah, they said it was actually on the threshold of her door, not 3 feet from the door.
It was a latent
Because she
footprint.
claimed the perpetrator was approximately 3 feet from her. So this footprint was alleged to have been approximately 3 feet from her door. And in actuality, according to the defense, it was like on the threshold, not 3 feet. So
Right.
I don't know.
The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was laying on the ground. I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack, in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. I maintained rear security until... Go ahead.
What? He secured a backpack at the rear of what? Read that again.
I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. That's never been talked about either.
I was going to say there was a backpack.
And he doesn't say what's in the backpack, or he looked inside, nothing. What was in the backpack?
He just gave it to the
wasn't it
case.
said? Yeah, but wasn't it? Didn't Bill say something about Bryan was seen carrying something allegedly?
Mm-hmm.
The perpetrator was seen carrying something. First, it was like vacuum type object, and then container and whatever.
Yes, that's right. So that was discarded in the backyard and left there for whatever reason. Maybe it had clean clothes in it. Fuck, I don't know, guys. I'm just saying.
Well, it would also have his fucking DNA all over it if it's his backpack. I'm sure. Yeah, there's no way he cleaned his DNA off a damn backpack.
You're absolutely correct. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by OFC Warner. The only person to enter from this point was Captain Lanier at about 3:27 hours, 15:27. I certify or declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. November 13th, 16/17/40, Officer Corbin Smith. And that was approved by Sergeant Sevierding, whoever that is, November 16th. So that's the first statement that came from Officer Smith. Pretty short and simple,
Okay.
too. So there's, what, 3 different nuggets in here that we were not told about before.
Yeah.
The footprint outside leading from the slider to and from and around and going towards the front of the house. So whoever this was did not go out and leave out the back of the house. They went out and left out of the front, going towards the front of the house. 13
And went
a half,
around the corner.
14.
And he said he only found one set of footprints.
It says this was alleged point of entry of suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure and the shoe size measured approximately 13 and a half to 14. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. And then that's when they see the small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. Small handprints. Like a female's
Yeah, but
handprint.
now is he saying it's a 13 and a half shoe, or is it measuring 13 inches? Like what's he talking about?
I used a tape measure and the shoe size measured approximately 13 and a half to 14 inches.
So the shoe size is 13 and a
Okay,
half to
that's
14.
let's ask Google. Let's ask Google what 13 inches converts to for a shoe size, because I don't think it's a size 13 shoe.
I don't either.
I'm on my phone, so I can't. I can't. I don't have my laptop with me, but I would be Googling that shit right now if I did. I promise you.
I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, we need to know the conversion for like a U.S. shoe size. Because I think a 13 and a half inch shoe is not a size 13 shoe. Sounds like maybe like a size 7 or 8 or something. I don't know. I could be wrong, but maybe a size 9. I don't know. Know what I mean? Like that. At first, I was wicked confused if he was getting at it's a size 13 shoe or not.
I'm looking right now. I'm sure somebody in chat's doing it too as we speak.
I literally can't see chat. I'm hoping somebody in chat will Google it and have the answer.
Absolutely. Probably quicker than me. I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find the right link. Okay, here we go. How are shoe sizes measured in the U.S. converting between international shoes? Here we go. Converse size shirt. Men's 8.6 inches equals a 3. 11 is a 10. Come on, give me the rest of them. Oh shit, it's not showing me that. Okay, hold on. Give me a minute. All right. Oh wow, is it gonna give that to me? Inside diameter 13.5. Wait, no, that's 14. That doesn't make a sense. That'd be a 3.
It's interesting too. He's not talking about like any bloody shoe prints. He's not talking about like, okay, you have footprints in the snow outside, right? But there's no blood out there. Or maybe it's in another officer's report. I don't know. It's just really interesting. He's not talking about blood in the living room, the kitchen, or outside, even though he finds the footprints and the fingerprints. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Because if it was snowing out, there'd be blood in the snow, correct?
It didn't start snowing till the next morning, I believe.
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard. I thought when you were reading his statement, he was saying that he could see footprints in the snow leading around the stump.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I did say that. I probably did. Her face was completely. Oh, I got to slide back.
Or like, how else is he going to see the footprints if it's not? There's no snow and the rock.
Yep,
the ground
right.
is solid rock because it's winter.
There were footprints in the snow, so it had snowed before. It just wasn't snowing that night, is what I remember hearing. So yeah, there was snow on the ground.
Right. Okay, so if there's snow on the ground and he sees fresh footprints in the snow, I mean, at some point they must have determined that these footprints maybe weren't associated with the crime because there's no blood and he doesn't appear to be talking about like bloody footprints, I guess is the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this
If
only
you're
goes.
finding victims in pools of blood, you would expect there to be at least a footprint outside, like somebody definitely got some on their shoe. No?
Right. So this chart here says it only goes up to, I don't know why, 10.9 foot length in inches would be a 12.5 to a 13, if that's right. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. That's the only chart I could find. That's weird.
Well, I mean, maybe he is get it. Maybe the conversion he did is a size 13. I was just a little confused as to what he meant. If it's the actual size or he measured it in inches or something.
Simply said.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you.
No, you're fine. Simply just said for a size 13 in men's, generally equivalent to this foot length of about 11.5 to 12. So, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Whatever. I mean, I don't think it's important. It was just something that was in my brain. I'm sorry.
Size 17. There's no way. That ain't right. 14 corresponds to a men's size shoe 16. Okay, I get it. So maybe he did already do it. The small handprints on the slider door bothers me a little bit too. Small handprints.
And he threw himself off.
Oopsie.
We'll wait.
Back.
We'll wait.
Yeah, he'll be back. I can't see chat, so I'm sorry. I don't know if you can, but I can't.
I can't either. When I'm on,
okay.
I can't see chat. But yeah, it's just really weird that like nobody like said anything about blood in the snow or blood outside or anything like that when we see the blood seeping from the from the exterior.
Yeah, it appears too. The officer doesn't see blood other than in the room.
And what my question is, like, if they were on the house, around the house before they called 911, how did they not see that? Like, how did Hunter not see that and make a mention of it when he called 911? Like, that's just weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak for like why they did what they did or said what they said, but I feel like if you are calling 911 and you've already looked and you can see that there's blood everywhere, I just kind of feel like most people would be like,
I wouldn't leave
on
that part
911
out.
saying, I don't know I don't know what happened, but there's blood everywhere. My friends are in the room and there's blood everywhere. Like, I just feel like that would, like, you'd blurt it out because it's what you first saw, But
and
I don't
911 people, they want to know that stuff.
Yeah.
Before going in.
Oh, there's Dago.
Sorry, I yeeted myself out somehow. Some people are saying
You're
size
back.
16.
Yay.
And so I don't know. It could be that's a large foot.
Size 16 shoe.
It's possible.
Holy shit, bro. That's a basketball player. That's somebody, hitting layups and shit. I mean, she described a basketball player build, right? I'm sorry, like I'm being dead ass. Did you just say that's a size what? 17?
16. Hold on.
I mean, isn't that kind of like a rare shoe?
Oh
No,
yeah.
I'm just saying.
I guess. Wow, that's wild.
That can't be right. Holy shit, a size 17. I mean, that's like what, Kobe?
Yeah.
Don't you have to get special custom made shoes if you're a size 17?
I kind of think so. Yes, ma'am. They don't sell them in regular stores.
Holy shit.
It's hard to find them in a regular store. I agree with that.
That's a fucking Sasquatch.
Right. Yeah, basically Bigfoot.
Basically.
Okay, so this next one here is number 4. Somebody said to look at this one, so I'm looking at this one. Response canvas interview. So on 11/13, about 1200 hours, I responded. I think this is right. Yeah. Responded to 11/22 for the report of an unresponsive subject upon my arrival. I noticed there were several college-age subjects, several out in front of the address. As I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene, as I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard area to make sure no one else came into the area. I noticed there were a few footprints that left towards the west of the backyard. Oh, wait a minute. This portion of the backyard was connected to other residences. So there's footprints going two different directions, Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you, I'm sorry.
Yep,
Can you just read that one more time?
I will. Just the footprints thing or the whole thing?
The whole thing, please. I'm sorry.
All right.
I
So
was
on
listening.
11, you're
I
okay.
am listening, but my brain is also has like a question. So
That's all
I
right.
just want to
On-
hear it again to make sure I'm.
At 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road for the report of an unresponsive subject. Upon my arrival, I noticed there were several college-aged subjects out front of the address. I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard area to make sure no one else came into the area. I noticed there were a few footprints that left towards the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard is connected to two other residences, 1118 King Road and 1126 King Road, both
Yeah,
directed
that's
to
if
the
you were to
west.
basically walk out of the slider, you'd be at that little fence that brought you to the other backyards over there. They all used to kind of walk back and forth like that was because it
Right.
brought you over to Jack's too. She'd walk that way with Murphy and stuff. Kaylee would.
Yep. Right. Wait a minute. Towards the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard connected to two other residences directly into the west. The footprints appear to lead west toward King Road between the residences, but I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also wasn't able to discern how old these prints were. There had been recent snowfall. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas of the residence. The photos were downloaded on a CD, booked into evidence, and the photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address near the King Road and Queen Road intersection, I was approached by a college-aged male who identified himself as, it looks like it starts with a J. I think it's Jack. Okay. He informed me that he lived at whatever King Road apartment. He stated his blank lived upstairs at 1122 King Road, and they share a dog. So that is Jack. Okay. That was there. Currently, Jack did not appear to have obvious wounds on his hands, as I would assume the suspect possibly would. Officer Nunez was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jack if he would wait outside Officer Nunez police car so we could talk to him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstances involving Jack. Jack later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. So Murphy was there and taken somewhere else. I continued to canvass the area and speak with neighbors at blank and blank Queen Road who stated that they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at blank King Road. One resident starts with a D and I stated she was walking home from the corner club at about 3 0300 hours and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that. More than that due to her level of intoxication that night. I spoke with subjects at Blank King Road. The majority of them stated that they were out drinking at the corner club and got a ride back to their place at about 0130 hours and went to sleep about 0200 hours. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. Blank King Road, blank resident, B something, P something stated at about 0400 hours, she heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122 King Road, as he thought that was the only dog in that area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone.
What time was that at?
That was at 0400 hours. So they're saying that Murphy sounded like he was outside barking at 4 o'clock.
Well, it's interesting. The witness is saying that the dog is losing its mind at 4 a.m., but according to the state's filings with the court, the dog allegedly didn't start barking until approximately like 4:20 and continued to bark until about 4:50, right?
Yep.
Wow. So that more coincides with the original timeline, Dago.
I know.
And the other person is saying approximately 3 a.m. They thought they heard something. You said 0300 hours, 3 a.m.?
0400 hours.
No, the one before, the other person walking her dog or whatever at 03.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
Zero. The person walking home from the corner club was 0300 hours, yes. Said she could hear music or some type of noise.
And the dog is already outside, apparently losing its mind at 4. Interesting. According to the witness.
Right. These are the witnesses. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 4:45 when it stopped. Now that's interesting. B stated he had a female with him in bed at the time, who also heard the dog barking at this time. I spoke with residents at Blank King Road, starting with a P and a C, it looks like, informed me they had a camera facing the west of the address and that they believed captured a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance video. I cleared the scene at 17:49 hours. So there's a photo log here. I wish they would have showed it. And it's photo 1 through 19. Image. The first image says key on retaining wall of 1122 parking lot. The second one is 1122 front of address, and then front of address and east side, front of address and west side, 1122 parking lot, 1122 vehicle, black Ford Explorer. Wait a minute. Black Ford Explorer, WA.
Yeah, that's the Chapin's, remember,
Right.
Maisie,
Yeah.
the Chapin's car was, yeah.
1122 parking lot in northwest corner, 1122 parking lot in west side yard, 1122 front of address, 1122 front east of address, 1122 front east of address, 1122 vehicle, black Ford Explorer, WA, back seat of blank, WA, back seat of blank, WA, back seat of blank, WA, VIN number of blank, WA. That's got a Washington plate, obviously. That's what WA is, I believe. And then we have VIN number or 1122 vehicle, red Jeep. That's Ethan's Jeep, Washington. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, both of the Chapin's vehicles were Washington registered.
Which makes
And
sense.
Dana's had an Arizona plate, and Maddie and Kaylee had Idaho plate.
Right. So these are all images that were taken parking past the Range Rover, the corner of the house, side yard, Chevy Cruze. That was the white one. That's the one that I think was Dylan's, right?
No, that's Maddie's car.
Or Maddie's car. Okay. West yard, entry door, rear. I wish that they actually had the pictures. Okay, so on and so forth. Now
That's a
we
lot of
go.
pictures, though.
It is. They said there was a lot of this discovery. Second floor facing west toward west bedroom, living room toward bedroom, living room 3, kitchen knife on beer pong table. I wonder what that's from. That would be probably the knife that what's his name grabbed when he came into the house.
Hunter.
Yes. Okay.
And Hunter wasn't there today, was he?
I didn't see him. Although if Emily was there, I would imagine he was there too.
I would too.
Second floor, west bedroom, female victim. Second floor, bathroom, west bedroom, female victim. Second floor, west bedroom, blood on the floor. Second floor, west bedroom closet. Second floor, west bedroom closet. Second floor, west bedroom, female victim.
Huh.
These are all the pictures of the victims.
Wonder
and
why
then-
they took so many pictures of the bathroom upstairs by Kaylee and Maddie's room. I noticed, if you remember, Brett Payne mentions it in his PCA too, that Officer Smith directed him towards the bathroom up there, but then he doesn't put in there what Officer Smith directed him towards in that bathroom.
Right.
And you're saying they took a bunch of pictures of that bathroom?
Yeah, this is second floor stuff. So yeah.
Huh.
Hold on. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to get caught up here. Okay.
Well, something in that bathroom caught their attention, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. The beer pong table in the middle of the living room. And then we have the sink, the table, the stove in the kitchen, counter, glass doors, patio doors, kitchen window, handprints on the window, the kitchen window handprints, small handprints, left handprint window, right handprint, face mark, kitchen window face mark. That's weird. Kitchen window sill, window screen, third floor, stairwell to the third floor landing.
Oh, my bad. Oh, wait. Okay, now you're on third floor. I was thinking the bathroom you were talking about was the third floor. You're talking about the bathroom. Gotcha. Okay, sorry, my bad.
That's okay. And then the rest of this just says bedroom bed, bedroom desk, dresser, dog kennel, foot of bed,
dog
bed
kennel.
Yeah, I guess there was probably Murphy's dog kennel upstairs in the bedroom.
Huh.
It
So
probably
then they
had a
had
cage.
to put it back in the rover then, because when Christy says when they got the rover back, Murphy's crate was in it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true. They must have just put it in there from inside the house. Okay. Door blood cast off, bedroom door blood cast off, bedroom door from doorway, floor from doorway,
Bedroom door blood cast off. What?
Yeah. Yep. There's two of those. Bedroom from doorway, bedroom floor from doorway, bedroom bed, 2 female victims, bedroom above bed, bedroom 2 female victims, and bedroom closet. There's some shit in here that's redacted too. That's interesting. Bedroom floor, or bedroom 2 female victims, bedroom north and east wall, bedroom 2 female victims, bedroom north wall cast off, bedroom desk, bedroom west wall, blank, parked on Queen Road, blank interior 2, blank parked on Queen Road, blank VIN, blank interior 3, 2 and 3. So these are redacted vehicles. It's I'm sorry. Image Subaru ID is blanked out. So there's two Subaru 3 photos of a Subaru interior parked on Queen Road, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Chevrolet photos blacked out, and then 1, 2 more Subarus, 1, 2 Pontiacs, 1, 2 Toyotas, a Ford parked on King Road, Another Ford, a Buick parked on King Road. It looks like another Ford, Washington plates, a Volvo parked on King Road, Dodge parked on King Road, Hyundai parked on King Road, Subaru parked on, and Chevrolet Washington plates on, I guess, King Road, Toyota, Ford, Jeep, Subaru, Volkswagen, all on King Road.
Wow.
Volkswagen times 3, blurry photo, Volkswagen in the rear. These are probably all up and down around that area there. That probably the back parking lot
Yeah.
to the left, I'm going to guess. And then we have miscellaneous vehicle parked at King Road. Then we have a medical mask outside King Road, medical mask outside King Road 2, medical mask outside King Road 3.
Hmm.
So like a surgical mask then. Okay. And this was again, what's his name? Hold on. 1 minute. This was Corporal Ryan Snyder, initial response and canvas interviews.
Was he one of the first ones?
If I remember correctly, Snyder is their
Like
officer.
forensic?
He's the one who brings in the drug dog, doesn't he?
I think you might be right. That does sound familiar. Interesting.
And
Currently,
the Smith guy was the first one, right?
one of the first. Yeah, he was actually, him and Nunez were the first two, I think, and then Gunderson. And I'm guessing this all went to evidence per se. It doesn't say that, but okay. So those two are in. That's number 4. Somebody said to look at number 4, so I did. It would be 11:56 and 3. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting.
Well, Dago, I'm gonna drop down, but I'm still gonna be in chat, okay?
Well, yeah, we've been here for 7 and almost 8 hours, you guys. So I need to
Yeah.
bring this to a close
You probably
myself.
need a break too.
I definitely do. My face hurts, my mouth hurts from talking. But I'm gonna come back. We're gonna do a show where I want to go through these documents, and break down basically what we were told and what we're reading now, because there's stuff in here that was not in the PCA, which I understand that that's fine. But some of these things, we got footprints going 2 different directions out the back door. Now, are they new footprints from that specific part of the night, or are they from before? We don't know. They're saying they don't know, but there's a lot to break down, and I'm interested in it for sure. So yeah, we're gonna do this tomorrow, maybe sometime. I need a break tonight, you guys. This was a long day.
Oh yeah. I fell asleep for a few hours and came back and you were still on.
Yeah. Well, I said I'd be here for the whole hearing, and then we talked a little bit afterwards, and Annie dropped off already, I see. Thank you, Annie, if you
But
can hear
yeah.
me, for joining us. I appreciate you very much.
But
Jesse,
yeah, I will see you later.
yeah, so I'll set this up for tomorrow, guys, and I want to break down some of these documents. Thank you, JC, for joining me today. The rest of you guys, yeah, I haven't eaten anything at all today, you guys. I'm kind of hungry. And my wife is home, so I'm gonna go hug her a little bit. But there's a lot. Like, I'm telling you right now, just this one document that I opened up has given me 50 supplemental statements like this. Okay, 50 for us to go through, and then there's so many more. So I want to first and foremost, I want to thank my moderators for being here all day and putting up with the BS and all that. Secondly, Willie and Jesse and JC and Miss Potts, thank you for joining me up here as we broke some of this down. Everybody else in chat, you're all amazing for joining me here today, all day. I appreciate you very much as well. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Like I said, tomorrow I'll put together a show. Probably early afternoon, and we'll break down some of these documents, guys, and see if we can come up with anything of interest out of those. So thank you guys so very much. Once again, don't forget, folks, to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And thank you real quick. Don't be hating for the super chat. Take care of yourself. I will. Thank you. And I'll see you guys very soon. Take care, folks. Bye-bye now.
Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains, faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar.